Greetings, brothers and sisters. This is Yasha Ben Yishrael for the Yasha Uncensored podcast show. I'll be doing a live stream tonight. We will be doing a reaction to Mr. Morpheus Islam's Unveiled. Mr. Morpheus Islam Unveiled. It was on the Zion Lex channel. Very great show. I am saddened to learn that this show was 3 hours long. I don't know whether I can deal with that. I don't know whether I have the time to deal with a reaction that's 3 hours long, because a lot of times it causes for us to pause and have to react. That can make the video 5 hours long. One thing that's good about it is that I pre-screened the show. I saw the show. I saw a lot of the show, and the level of scholarship coming from the three men that are on the show, Zion Lex, Mr. Morpheus, and another guy. He's a very intellectual guy. He probably was one of the more instrumental guys on the show. I'm not familiar with this brother, but we're going to do a reaction over here on the Yasha Ben Yishrael, formerly Yasha Ben Yishrael Israelite Thought channel. Today, this is the Yasha Ben Yishrael, the Yasha Uncensored channel. Let's go ahead and get this reaction going. Allow me to share my screen. Very good show.
Zion Flex.
Okay, we got it queued up. Now I got to queue it up. We don't want to take my man's whole show. He can have his introduction. We just want the information. Here these guys go. We'll start here. Well, I want to start at the beginning to give Morpheus his respect, because he may. So that's about 5. That's about good right there. Give Morpheus his respect. So he may introduce himself. He may let you know who he is and some things about himself and what he has going on, So a lot of times that happened at the beginning of the show during his introduction, and you don't want to miss that.
All right. Peace and blessings, everyone. We definitely have another banger. I have a very, very powerful guest for you guys here today. He goes by the name of Mr. Morpheus. If you're familiar with Sonnet TV, the House of Consciousness platform of our good brother, Mr. Morpheus. Mr. Morpheus, I want to first greet you, good brother. When I say peace, blessings, and in the tongue of my ancestors, I greet you and I say shalom alaikum. How you doing, good brother? Morpheus, you there?
Yeah. You got a double thing happening when you talk.
Okay, you may have to close out. If you have the video open on your screen, this video, meaning the YouTube channel, you might have to close out the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay, even though it's not playing? Okay, all right.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Okay, yeah, it's gone. You're right.
There you go. So how you doing, good brother?
Hey, man, what's up, teacher?
Now, I'm watching this on YouTube. I have this going YouTube live, and there's a problem and an issue here. So what I'm going to do is just stop the YouTube live, and I am going to just make this a recording, because I don't know the games the YouTube is playing and why my services is not going, why my show is not going live. I'm on YouTube right now. Let me stop this to show you all. Here goes my screen. Let me get out of there. Look at this. As you can see, this is us, and we're live, and it still has my all. It should be reflecting everything that we're doing if we're live, and it's not doing that. So I'm just going to take this down. Somehow I'm having an issue. I could have just played the show and let it go all the way through, but I'm not going to do that today because I don't know. I don't have time for the games. I don't like dealing in the unknown. Why? Okay, now it's live again. Now it's live. But it's crazy. It's crazy. Well, we're going to keep the show going because we ain't got to stop it. So yeah, I didn't want to show my face today because today was one of my relaxation days, and I didn't want to be on. I just really didn't. I really didn't want to do the show. I didn't want to dress up and do all of the. I'm relaxing today, so that's what it is. But anyway, let's get back to the show. We see that they got us on. We delayed like crazy. It's a crazy delay. So we're going to get back to the live. I have to go back to sharing my screen again. Sorry, y'all, but I mean, I have to apologize for YouTube's goofiness. There's probably like a 20-minute, a 10-20 minute delay in this video. So we're going to get back on to Mr. Morpheus. There we go. All right. I don't like this kind of technicality because this is like a 3-hour video, Zion. Goodness.
I told you before. I got to call you teacher, man. You doing amazing work, man. And I think that, like I said, I think you're a jewel to the community. You're a diamond.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your knowledge, your growth, and the way you put it down, especially. I mean, we don't have anybody in the community that I know of that is an actual learned in the Hebrew language.
Well, he's one of the few that I know. I know several actually. I know a whole community that speaks Hebrew of blacks. I know hundreds of thousands of black people that speak Hebrew, but here in the United States, there's not many. And yes, I do take my hat off to Zion Lex. I don't agree with him on everything, and I give him pushback a lot, but I do take my hat off to this brother.
In text and now, and so I'm like, man, I said, I don't know why people is not taking advantage, man, of the blessing, bro,
The reason why people is not taking advantage is because of the One West groups that Zion is waking up today and starting to fight. And I got his back. I've been at war with these guys, but I can't fight these devils by myself. I mean, I've been at war with these guys so long to where it felt like I'm fighting a losing battle because I can't fight the whole nation of heretics by myself. But it's the One West groups that has overshadowed guys like Zion Lex. I have watched these guys go Zion do a teaching and they go back and undo what Zion done. I have saw myself do teachings and saw One West practitioners go back and undo what I have done. So if you got all of these liars over here undoing what the righteous say, the One West groups is a problem, Morpheus.
of having you in our midst, so.
I greatly appreciate those words, Mother Morpheus. I definitely do.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, especially as black men, it's sometimes people find it hard. We find it hard to love, to appreciation for one another. I don't know if it's out of my cheat.
Most importantly, respect. As men, we need to respect. I don't need nobody love. I don't need nobody's love out there in this world. But I do need you to respect me. And that's something that you people have a problem doing. You people have a problem respecting black men. In fact, this world have a problem respecting black men.
Chismo, we feel we too tough. It's not real to do that. I don't know why it is that happens, but I know when the opposite happens, when a brother shows you love, when a brother gives you your flowers, That's always a special and powerful moment, because that tells me that that brother's a different person.
Yeah,
Well, Zion Lexus gave me love and gave me flowers on Saturday show, particularly when we was dealing with the when I was bringing to the world that Hebrewism has myths. Yes, we Hebrew have myths. Maybe Christianity would like to lie and say that they don't have myths, which will cause the One West groups and all of the New Testament practitioners who follow Christianity more than they follow Hebrew to deny that they have myths. But we as Hebrew, we have Hebrew myths. And I started out telling you all this about on the Sinetta show. If y'all want to check that out, y'all may have to go over there, maybe have to go on a Patreon, or I'll have to talk about that later, because this ain't the show for that. But it was there that Brother Zion Lex, excuse me, not Lion, but Zion Lex has given me my flowers. But I will say that I'm a much older Israelite than Zion Lex, and I've been probably practicing this much longer than him as well. You know, so I am not, he is not an elder to me. Okay, I've watched Zion grow. Zion did not watch me grow. Okay, I have been in this probably longer than Zion, when Zion was not in this. Okay, but the reality, I'm not in competition with the young brother. I'm just pulling rank. You know why? When I give him pushback, that it is as an elder and nothing else. I got mad love for Zion Lex.
yeah.
Eve Online.
Advertisement. I will let it play.
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate it.
Money.
We give accolades and honor and praise to people outside of us fast, man. And you know what I mean? That's like that. That's like a old parable that I used to always use from the Bible that said a prophet is without honor in his own country.
Come on. Always. Always. You go out on your block right now and no love. When you turn on that YouTube, love.
We are our worst enemies, man.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's a fact, good brother. That's a fact, man. So I want to get straight into it, Morpheus. You know,
Well, he said that we are our worst enemies. I have to confess that I have been on Morpheus's head in the past. I have. But you have to understand that when the Lions Den came to Sinetta Studios, we did not come there to make friends. We came there as war. Okay? And I was a Lions Den mercenary, almost like a hired hitman. You know what I'm saying? I was the guy to clean up, man. So I didn't come there to give mercy to nobody on the Sinetta show. Okay, so my beefs with Morpheus was that he was an op. So, I mean, but me and Morpheus has never, ever had any confrontation. Mr. Morpheus was careful, you know, to confront me as well as me to confront him, you know, because I've never seen them throw out any false information enough for me to attack. And if he has, then you best believe I've attacked it, and which probably has caused friction. He have not attacked me. But I respect Morpheus, especially after this show.
I want to say, far from being like a lot of people in the conscious community, you have a very thorough upbringing and journey when it comes to your introduction to spirituality. Can you talk to us about young Morpheus, and who is young Morpheus, and how does he come into spirituality?
Okay, interesting. First, let me explain the name. Why people say, well, Morpheus, why you call yourself Morpheus? I said, no, Mr. Morpheus.
Come on.
And the reason why I did that because I was called Morpheus before The Matrix, before all that movie stuff came out. So I said, okay. So, you know, now that the name is out and people familiar with the movie, I said, no, you're going to put some respect behind my name. You're going to call me Mr. Morpheus.
There you go.
And the reason that I had adopted that name is because of me being in the music business, and I had a recording studio up in Yonkers, New York.
Okay.
And I helped Mary J. Blige, produce and help her develop, right? In order to get her too puffy in them. I did DMX's first album called Born Loser. And by me have that studio that I had, I used to let people from the neighborhood come to the studio. I used to have certain time that I would open up in charity, and I didn't charge them anything. But if
I want to say it's because of guys like Mr. Morpheus that you see in New York. New York has had a strong conscious background, especially in hip hop, that talked about blackness from going back to Run DMC's "I'm Proud to Be Black" and Hard Times, and it's like that, and that's the way it is. A lot of this blackness, guys like Mr. Morpheus, and even a lot of the Muslims from the Ansars and Imam Isa, Dr. York's group, was very instrumental in bringing forth blackness, projecting blackness in the music of the 90s and the late 80s and the 90s, as well as the 5% Nation. Big up to those two organizations. For that, Dr. Morpheus more than likely was a part of that.
So especially I saw people had certain talent. Then my place was a home for them to develop their talent. So Morpheus, I knew in Greek was the god of dreams.
Okay.
And I say, well, I'm helping people's dreams to come true. You feel me? So I adopted the principle of what Morpheus represented, which was the god of dreams. So I adopted that long time ago about that. So I said, where do you get Morpheus? Because I'm helping people's dreams to come true.
Just for him to even say something like that is the reflection of a good heart and a good man.
That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. So
that's where the name came from. You know what I mean? But prior to that, I just want to get over that part so people know, like, what do you say, Mr. Morpheus? Why do you call yourself Morpheus? That's behind that name, helping dreams come true. And I still do it. I still help people with their, musical stuff. You know what I mean? With their productions and mixes and masters and blah, blah, blah. Sometimes for nothing. If they, if I can help, so that's that's the name.
That's huge.
Yeah, but I got a weird background. I was born in Oregon, Portland, Oregon. I was born on an Indian reservation called Multnomah, right? I came to New York when I was about maybe 5 years old. But so I had that, connection with people who are so-called Native American. But so I grew up in Brooklyn. I came to Brooklyn when I was maybe 4 or 5. My grandma when I came to New York. But my journey into spirituality and stuff kind of starts around 9, 10 years old.
Okay.
And the reason I say that, actually before that, because my grandfather and them were pastors, my great grandfathers, that we always had churches in my family on my father's side. We always had all these churches and stuff. Now it's funny because my father's side was all, like I said, for my grandfather was really into the church, and my grandfather drugged us to Bible classes and stuff, through a child. So he was trying to help, do his part from 5, 6.
Well, you had a good foundation. You had a good foundation because many children didn't have that.
7 to help rear us. Now on the other side, my father's brother, right, who predominantly raised us, was a Muslim.
Yeah.
So he was Muslim. So I was under him more than my grandfather. I'd see my grandfather probably on the weekends, and he'd take us to church and so forth. So I was going through this whole tug of war thing, like between, my grandfather and my uncle. And my uncle was one of Malcolm X's bodyguards, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's the only one alive to this day that was there. And he was actually on the stage when Malcolm got assassinated. So at a young age, he brought me. I was being taught about the Islam. But as a youth, of course, us as a youth, we have our own little renegade fascist. So I was inside the 5% shit. Right?
Yes.
Me and my uncle used to tug of war, with that. But that was my first, I guess, introduction. You know what I mean? As far as the Islamic side, I was aware of the biblical or Christian side, if you will, from my grandfather and family, that side. So I was kind of in the middle, being taught two different I guess schools of thought, I'm going to call it. So but what it did was it made me, as I started getting older, 11, 12, because I grew up in the streets, man.
It was making you a more well-rounded man.
I grew up in the street. We from faster.
Yes.
We way faster. We're processing it quick and fast. So even though I'm 10, 11 years old, I'm really like 16.
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
Yeah, so
I remember that.
Yeah. So me and Mike Tyson was one of my best friends growing up. Right. So in Brownsville, by the way, I grew up in Brownsville. Right. So me and Mike were best friends. So when you used to hear about those stories of Mike Tyson robbing people on Belmont, Pickens Avenue, and all that, and I was the guy that was with him all the
time. So I gotta ask you the question: was you with him the day that he robbed Golden Arm's mother?
Yeah.
Dude from the pool.
Yes, sir. I was there, right? I was his crimey. Wow. We were crimies. He stayed at my house most of the time because his family living situation. So we flew birds and stuff. I had my pigeon coop on the roof and stuff. That's what it was in Brownsville, right?
Right.
So
you God is his name, by the way. You God from
absolutely. So what happened with that is we kept getting in trouble, man, and stuff. They sent us to Spofford, and then eventually going back and forth to family court and in different Spoffords and group homes and all this stuff. So they split us up eventually, and he went to Catskills and I went to Yonkers to a different home, a different home. But they split us up after about 2 years. But we was always going to the same facility. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I'm talking about how our mentality was, you know what I mean, in the streets. Right, and to survive in the streets, you got to be, you got to be sharp. You got to be, you know what I mean. So all my brothers and sisters who weren't in the streets, I was more, for lack of a better word, I don't want to say intelligent than they were. Savvy. You know what I mean? But let me ask you a question, if you don't mind me just butting in, because I mean. Yeah.
We can't just gloss over the fact that you could actually say, "Yeah, I know Tyson." That's not an everyday thing. So I just want to hang there for a moment and just ask you the question: what was Tyson known as in the streets? What was his name?
What was what?
They called him Lil Mike. Like what name did he go by? Tyson.
I just know him by Mike. He was a.
Yeah, that's how it is. Morpheus pretty much like myself. I grew up in the music industry, nephew of Thomas Whitfield, grew up around all of the gospel legends. I'm a pioneer in the hip hop field. I see guys like 42 Doug and them. These guys is like my little nephews. You know what I'm saying? I see guys like Cheddar Boy Malik and them. Those guys is my cousins. You know what I'm saying? Not only are these people industry people, but these people are people who I knew. I grew up with these people. So to us, they are everyday people. I sit amongst these people and I'm not starstruck by these people. And he's not either because, we grew up in that life.
Family member to us, you know what I mean?
Okay.
He was literally a family member. And every time I see him.
So I just want to hang there for a moment and just ask you the bold question. What was Tyson known as in the streets? What was his name?
What was what?
They called him Lil Mike. Like what name did he go by? Tyson.
I just know him by Mike. He was a family member to us. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He was literally a family member. And every time I see him, I run into him, we start laughing like, you just telling, yo, man, remember that time when we did this? Or what time we did it? We'd be cracking up. You know what I mean? But so under being in the streets of New York and Brooklyn, man, it was rough, you know what it is. So so from that side, then I got introduced, right, to the SLR community at about maybe 14, 15.
Imam Isa,
because my sister, my oldest sister, is the one who introduced me to Dr. York, right? So around, I'm in a 5% nation and stuff, man. And I'm doing my thing. I'm mastering this degree, that degree. I think I'm the hot shit, right?
Intelligent man.
14, 15 years old, I went down to Bushwick Avenue, man, and me and the guards, Melshawn, Bashir, we always talking about, we're going to go down there, we're going to destroy the Muslims, brother. Let's go down there and hit them with I said, boom. So I would go down there on Bushwick Avenue with the degree.
Well, you got to understand that before I even let him finish, you got to understand that Imam Isa, Malachi York, before he was Malachi York, when he was Imam Isa, this man came with impeccable information, man. This man was like a walking genius.
He's ready to battle, right? So when I would go to the class and we hit them with the degrees, and I'd walk out with my tail between my legs, right?
Look at that.
Because Doc was sharp. You know, he knew stuff we didn't know, right? And I was like, oh,
yes.
Right, and I'd go back and learn some more, come back next weekend, okay, I'm ready to go again. Every time I come in the class, bow, 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 bow.
No, I know Doc was sharp because I am a man who actually met Doc and conversed and even debated with him. Not debated, but intellectually sparred, I would say. I've intellectually sparred with him. And this man actually walked and talked with him on the daily. So he validate what I'm saying. That the dude was a heavyweight. I mean, he would give Zion Lex a good run for his money.
I was like, yo.
If not,
I want to capture that moment in time. So you met Doc, otherwise known as
Malachi York.
Dr. Malachi York. Now I want to say this.
I knew him as Imam Isa. What's his name? Imam Isa El Mahdi El Hadi. El Mahdi El Hadi or something like that.
Around what age is this, Morpheus? This
is around 15.
So you're about 15 when you first meet him. All right.
Yeah, so right now I'm going on 63.
Okay.
So do the math.
Wow. So how old is Doc? Doc would be in his 80s? Early 80s?
Yeah, probably about 81 right now. He would be probably about 80.
Yeah, Morpheus is about 10 years older than me, so his level of understanding of that material at that time was probably more savvy than me because I was 10 years younger than him. Reading, I've read all this stuff. When he was here in Detroit, over here on Grand River, and he had another spot that they moved in after that over here on Finkel. Yeah, I knew him. I knew Malachi York. I can't say I knew him well, but I have actually met and conversed with the brother and had real good conversation. I'll never forget it.
81, 80 something, yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So at this stage, there is no Nuwabi and stuff, and all that's way later. So at that time, the community was called the Nubian Islamic Hebrews.
Right.
That's what I remember that name. I remember with that designation. Yup.
The Ansarul Allah.
So
in fact, if I don't mind, if I could say this, that designation, Nuwabi and Islamic Hebrews, that was real palpable in the 90s, early 90s.
Yeah. That's in the early 90s, yeah.
The late 80s.
Prior to that, I'm still in the 80s. So in the 80s, he was fusing the Torah, the Tanakh, the Quran, Hadith, Islam, some Egyptian stuff. So he had this, and that caused a lot of problems amongst the other of the Sunni Islam.
Well, what he was doing was intellectualizing all of the knowledge that he knew. He was starting to be the Most High was beginning to touch that man, and he began to intellectualize everything that he ever heard and read.
Muslims, right? Because it was like, on Bushwick Avenue, we had Bushwick Avenue on lock, right? And we had built our own masjid, right? So we were separate from the Sunnis, from Sunni Islam.
The man was such an intellectual threat that the government have this man right now on an ADX Max, okay? And trust you me, it was not for none of the stuff that they happened to catch him up on. They happened to catch him up on things that he happened to just get caught up on. But the reality is that this man was a real intellectual threat.
What is that? Imam Tariq, Yassin, Masjid, and so forth. You know what I mean? So we was always at war with the Sunnis.
Yeah.
Right? We was always so cause they was like, what are y'all doing? Y'all, what are you, Hebrews or are you Muslims? If there's so are you Muslim, we're both. We're all the same family.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And they wasn't having that. You know what I mean?
Like that.
Yeah.
So that caused a lot of conflict.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like
So I grew up in that part. But the interesting thing about it was I came in Islam as a practitioner. Let me emphasize that.
Islam about dominance.
A practitioner. What I mean is someone who practices, their religion. You may not be knowledgeable about the religion, but you're practicing, meaning you're following the ritual.
Well, you came in as a humble neophyte, man. You know what I'm saying? Like most men should, and they don't. I did. That's why you got the blessings and the rewards that the others don't, because they was faking the funk with the nasty don't, Morpheus. And they will never get what you have gotten out of that.
You go into the, to the mosque, whether the church, the same thing, not just for Islam, it's for anything, really. You find a lot of people now who are Christians who don't know the Bible.
Yeah.
But they're practitioners, you know what I mean? Am I right or wrong?
That's a fact.
You're right.
You're right.
Yeah, so I wasn't no different. Looking back, I was like, I was no different, you know what I mean? But I thought, I bought into it. I bought into Islam. I bought into it, you know what I mean? I bought into it because how it was presented, man. I saw people, man.
Well, it was Imam Isa. I mean, that man was a genius, and he did his thing. He made it very, very appealing, and if it wasn't appealing to you, it was convicting you. That man was a genius.
And on Bushwick Avenue, man, it was all dressed in white. They had a color code, a dress code. You know what I mean? A dress code, a diet code, and I thought that was so beautiful, bro. I thought that was so beautiful, man. Black people, man, we got, you know what I mean? We got our own thing. We got our,
he wasn't the only one doing it, though. I mean, you had guys like Ben Ami. In fact, Ben Ami had did it so big the way he had left the United States by that time already. But you had Ben Ami. You had the move or the push movement, the move movement or whatever. And was that in Philly or New York or New Jersey, the place that they dropped the bombs on? You had Noble Drew Ali doing his thing at that time. They were buying property and everything. You had the Nation of Islam who did their thing at that time. They were buying property, businesses, land, they had their thing going on, the same things that Imam Isa's doing. Imam Isa got that from somewhere. Marcus Garvey and all of those black men back in the day was for real and serious. And Imam Isa was cut from that cloth. He saw that, and he saw what was missing in religion.
I mean, so I thought it was a beautiful thing. So I bought into that, and I became a practitioner. You know what I mean? And I was dedicated. So that journey went on. Me being a practitioner of Islam was kind of weird because at the same time
I'm saying this man was such a genius. This man taught me about Sheikh Dawood and the history of Islam here in America. I mean, and I wasn't even a Muslim. Imam Isa is the reason why I studied 3 semesters of Arabic in college, or the 3 years of Arabic in college. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the man was a genius
in the music business. You know what I mean? And then, but Doc had a lot of musicians.
A lot.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, he had in the 80s, he had predominantly 85% of the music.
Right. And I believe one of his oldest sons managed a lot of different artists.
85%.
Yeah, I know all this.
Ishmael, yes.
Told y'all.
Yeah. So Ish was manager. That was later on. He started managing, but Yaqub, Jacob was had Biggie Smalls and Little Kim.
Excuse me, y'all. Now, the things that I know, Morpheus know better than me on that. And he can go more in detail and in more depth. I know from the outside. I was there, but I was on the outside. And I could tell you the things I saw and the things that I know and the people that I know. But I was on the outside. He was on the inside. So he got more in-depth information on that than I do.
Yeah. So he was involved. So when I started seeing that, Doc was involved with the music business, I had some issues because I was like, I don't understand. Like, I'm confused. Like, because on Fridays on Juma, I see Imam Isa, right?
And Islam, especially Sunni Islam, when I took the Shahada back in the early 90s, they taught us not to listen to music. All music was of the devil. It's better if it ain't Arabic music or some type of spiritual, is Quranic music or something, we shouldn't listen to it. And that was in the 90s. So imagine how the Sunni felt about Doc, how the other Muslims felt about Doc being a musician.
Right.
Imam Isa, the Mahdi, the guide, that guy, he's spiritual. You call it that, and then sometimes you see Dr. York, who's a different persona. He got green eyes, and he's on stage and singing, and I, you know what I mean. So I was like, okay. I tried to reconcile that a lot. Like, who are you?
Right.
And then who are you? So as I got closer to him personally, and he let me get in personally because I was prominent in the music business with my group, the Foursome D's, right?
Wow.
So
wait. Hold on.
Right.
You can't just say something like
right. Like, I even got to pause on that. Say your group was the Foursome D's. Yeah, he's for real. He's telling the truth. I mean, I know he's telling the truth because I know the truth when I hear it.
that and then move. You was part of the what?
Yeah.
I mean, you said the Foursome D's? You breaking up a bit, Morpheus. How's your sound now?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of history here. Morpheus got a lot of history. Everybody throw up the video and share the live stream. Just a bit of a technical difficulty. Morpheus may be able to jump. We can hear you faintly, Morpheus, but your screen is frozen. So your screen froze, and we can hear you faintly. Chat, if his screen froze, just type a 1 in the chat. That way I know.
Yeah, it's freezing up.
There you go, Morpheus. There you go. All right, he just jumped out to come back in. Guys, there's a lot of history here. Morpheus, wow, he just said I was part of the Force MDs. I know some of y'all that's young, you guys may not know what that is, but for those of us who got a little years on us, we know who the Force MDs is. The Force MDs is for those of us that have.
I ain't no singer.
For those of us that have.
Messed up his song. Itching for a scratch. Yeah, I remember all that.
All right, type of one.
I think it's
that's 80s music.
You there, Morpheus?
Yeah, the 80s.
Yeah, I'm here. I think it's StreamYard or whatever.
Just right before.
Okay, good. The family said we're all good, enjoying this convo so
even
far.
Contemporary to it.
Oh man, thank you everybody, man. We just chopping it up, man. Two brothers chopping it up.
All right. So where you stopped at is me emphasizing timeout, Morpheus. You were a part of the Force MDs. That's what you're telling us?
Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, let me just tell you something. I knew Mercury personally.
Oh, you knew Merc?
Yeah, I knew Merc personally, man. When I moved from Brooklyn, I moved to Staten Island. And the part of Staten Island that I moved to is where Mercury whole family's from.
Oh, you was over there by Stapleton?
Stapleton, Mariners Harbor, all that.
Harbor? Get out of here.
Park Hill. Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Me and Merc knew each other personally, man. I'm actually still cool with the family. Their family carries the last name of Dale. And just about every hood on Staten Island got family members that's called a Dale.
Yep, the Dales, exactly. Wow.
Yeah. No, I definitely know Merc, man. Yeah, Morpheus is a small world, brother.
It's real small, right?
World, man. Yeah.
How crazy is that, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy, right? Yeah, so me being there, you know what I mean, in the music business there, afforded me some extra perks that other people in the community didn't have because, Doc used to he had Blue Magic living in the community. He had different members of, you know what I mean? He was very, very, we was very connected. And then I brought Africa Bambaataa down to meet Doc. The next thing you know, they got the Nubian Nation. Remember that?
Yes, of course. Yep.
Well,
So I was involved with a lot of that stuff, man, growing up.
Yeah, I remember when the Nubian Nation became a part of Malachi York's organization, but I didn't know that Mr. Morpheus was the guy who made that introduction. See, the Most High have used this man in many, 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 many ways, and he's not going to stop. He just got to understand that his power does not lie in anything that he has ever experienced, that his power lies within the power of Yahuwah. He's going to learn about Yahuwah. Yahuwah is he who exists. He exists. He that exists. He is the existence itself.
You know what I mean? It's funny though, because that's how it went down. So
before we segue into you coming into NOI and then you coming into other factions in Islam, I just want to stay here for a moment to connect one more dot with Dr. York. When I speak to people who come out of that lineage, the Dr. York lineage, they always tell me about three primary schools of thought: the Ansar Allah, that's like the late 70s into the 80s, and then the Nuwabian Islamic Hebrews, that's like the 90s. And I think now they're known as Nuwapu, right?
Well, I don't know about now. The thing is now there's only two schools of thoughts, really. Well, if it was three, it would have been the Ansar Allah, the Islamic the Islamic Nubian Hebrews, and the Nuwapics. Those would be the three. Now the Nuwapic and the Nuwapu is the same thing. They're just two different sides of the same coin. It has not advanced like it would if Doc was here. It's just the other side of the coin. Same thing.
So with those things in mind, I want to ask you this question: does the theology change a bit as the names change, or does the theology remain the same?
Oh yeah,
the theology. That's a good question. As an answer. No, I would have to say it changed.
Yeah.
I definitely have to say it changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And why I say that
Gotcha.
because there was a harmony between the Ansar and Nubian Islamic Hebrews. Those two merged together.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
All right.
One of them was the extension from the other.
Yeah,
Now, when you got into the Nuwabian stuff,
that's
right? This gonna blow your mind.
Yeah.
I remember the day that we left Islam. I remember the day clearly, right? What happened was me and this brother named Khalil was like, he's in the group also for some days, right? And me some other brothers, we was on 125th Street, right? Watch this, bro. We was on 125th Street. We had our table set up, blah, blah, blah. We're selling the books and pamphlets and all that. Now, I didn't have to do none of this stuff because I was musically and some, but it was a part of humility, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we doing our thing. But on 125th Street, it was this DVD. I never forget it, that his brother was selling. It was one of the people were selling DVDs and videos, and this brother had this DVD. And it was a debate between one of the Islamic top scholars, right? Ahmed Deedat. You ever heard of him?
No.
Ahmed Deedat was one of the, or if not one of the best, right, or the top that Islamic held as the champion of Islam, right?
Yeah, I ain't familiar with him.
He was debating this Arab Christian, right? So I go inside the little thing to watch it. I said, oh man, D-Dot is going to destroy this guy. Zion. The Arab Christian dragged him.
Yikes.
Literally,
Well, and that's because you can't assume that the average Muslim is as intelligent, or I mean, the average Muslim wasn't getting the type of knowledge that was radiating out of from Dr. York. I mean, Dr. York is the reason why I speak pretty okay Hebrew and Arabic to this day. You know what I'm saying? I mean, wasn't nobody radiating that type of energy, man. I mean, that stuff that was coming from the Ansarullah Islamic Hebrews, man, that stuff was mind-boggling, bro.
he dragged him, right? Because Arabic was his native tongue. He's like, oh no, you're not gonna pull that on me, right? On this stuff, but he dragged him. And I sat in awe. And I tried to reconcile what I just witnessed, right? Because truth is truth, right?
Of course.
Yeah, you just can't think that because you from a certain religious persuasion that you're smarter than somebody. You know, intellect falls on the just and the unjust alike. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, you and all of your holiness and righteousness does not make you the most intelligent person on the planet. And I was confounded as a Christian always by people outside of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? The average Christian couldn't do nothing with me. But it took people from the Pan-African movement, Kalinde Aye, you know, it took other people, you know, to humble me and to show me that you're good, but you're not what you think you is. And you just can't pre-assume that other people are stupid. That Christian was one of those ones that man, y'all can't play with it like that. And I know several Christians like that. I know Christians like that now that will knock your socks off. Pastor Bennett is one of them.
Of course.
So I bought the DVD, ran back to the community, ran up to the studio of the Passion, and say, yo, Doc, you got to see this right here. He said, well, you got to see this. He said, okay. So gave him the DVD. Okay, cool. So, we go about our business doing so-and-so. About maybe a month later, give or take, my time frame might be off a little bit, right?
Okay.
I started noticing Doc's
I'm saying just as serious as you is about your faith, there's somebody out there just as serious as you is about theirs, bro. Don't get life stupid like that, confused like that. They just not out here every day, just like guys like you and me are not out here every day.
started taking apart Islam. So he's using what was happening on the DVD, right?
Yeah.
So because I saw the DVD, I know what I'm hearing. Right?
So Morpheus is basically responsible for the growth of the movement and didn't even know
it. You feel what I'm saying? Because I'm like, yo, he got that from over there. Yo, he got that from over there. I was like, yo. So also at that time, we started pulling out of Islam. And then Doc said, okay, one day we was in family meeting, and he said, if you think Allah exists inside this book, the Quran, you a fool. And he threw the Quran. He threw it. Boom.
Ooh.
Across the floor, right?
You don't do that.
The whole family was like, yo.
Yeah, you don't do that. I remember when I took the Shahada for Islam, those people told me that every time that I touched this book, that I should wash my hands, wash my face, and salt my nose before I read the Quran. That, you know, and for that's how they taught you to revere that book. So for Doctor had done that, oh man, I know they thought he was losing his mind.
Everybody went like, what's going on here? Right? What's going on here? But I was sitting back and I was watching, right? So I was like, oh, I see what's going on right now, because he was honest enough to say that he couldn't reconcile, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The arguments that the Christian came with. He couldn't reconcile that, right? And when I spoke to him about it, he said he knew this stuff. So now I'm going like, well, if you knew this.
And this is the reason why Morpheus is bold to contest any Muslim that comes on side of the show. The only Muslim that I haven't seen him contest was Brother La. You understand what I'm saying? You know, but he'll make it clear, you know, hey, you talk about Islam, okay, and he's going to contest you, you know, and you know, hey, I've seen him do it.
Why are you teaching? You know what I mean? I was kind of confused. Like, so why are you teaching us Islam and stuff if you knew that these certain things were not true or lie or whatever? And Doc was very, 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 very sharp. You know what he said? He said, because I'm teaching y'all Islam because this is what y'all want. He said,
yeah, he used to say something like, I'm giving you what you want to know so I can get you up to where you give you what you need to know, or I'm giving you what you want so I can give you what you need, some stuff like that.
So otherwise, it's like he's like, I'm not telling y'all to believe in it, but he's like, y'all want Islam? I'm gonna be the best guy to give you everything you want to know about Islam. Right? Everything. So while we're thinking,
yeah, he used to say that these were just different schools of thoughts, and he was going to take you through all of these schools of thoughts so he could get you where you need to be.
That he believes it, right?
Yeah.
We're finding out, oh, sure, he don't necessarily subscribe to it 100%, but he's going to teach us everything we want to know. He's going to submerge us.
Now, for a guy, now this is one of the benefits of me being on the outside telling you what I saw. You know, I don't know what happened, but based off of what Morpheus is saying, when Morpheus gave that man that material, he knew that he couldn't do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, you know, his faith was shattered. But he knew that he had led all of these people. He was put up under scrutiny. and being a humble man that he was, to say, man, that I can't do nothing with this, that's when he began to start getting off into that Hebrew stuff, man. And that's when he began to really become impeccable. You know what I'm saying? But but the Hebrew stuff didn't last long at all. At all. His faith got shattered. I believe that the Imam Isa that I met really believed in Islamic Hebrew. I really believed that he believed in that because he knew it too well. It took the passion of the heart, just like the passion of the heart inside of you, Morpheus. It took that type of passion and belief to get what you got. The same type of passion that is in Zion. Imam Isa had that. His faith got shattered. You shattered that man's faith, man. On the low.
Submerge us in it. To the dress code, how you dress, how you eat, how you marry, how you bury, the dead, everything. He submerged us in it.
I'll say this. I have confounded. I've got on, man. I gave that Imam Isa straight hell over there on Finkel. I'll say I beat him. You know what I'm saying? But outside of myself, I have never, ever seen nobody beat Imam Isa. I would say that hands down, I've seen him destroy Christians. I've seen him destroy all of New York Israelites. You know what I'm saying? I've seen him destroy every Muslim that came his way. You know what I'm saying? The man was impeccable. And I knew that he could be beat because a lot of his information was just faulty. You know what I'm saying? He was fusing too much stuff, and in his fusion, he was starting to make up stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff was make believe. You know what I'm saying? And I knew how to divide reality from fact. You know what I'm saying? So, and anybody that could do that, that was intelligent enough to do that, that wasn't kissing his ass, that wasn't ingratiating him, could have done that. Anybody that wasn't ingratiating Imam Isa could have done that very thing. Let me let this play.
So that was one of his slogans that he used to always say in the books, was that I came to give you what you want so that you will want what I have to give. So what he always do was submerge you in that school of thought, not just teach you like a book, a book from the outside. He was, y'all want to go to Hebrewism, as they call it? Yeah, I'm gonna submerge you on it. And he would build a whole a whole school, and bring in literally import from Israel, bring them in, teachers.
Wow.
No, I'm dead serious.
No,
he
that's
would
serious.
import in teachers from Israel to learn Hebrew. He would bring in people from Egypt, Sudan, to learn Arabic.
He wasn't playing.
He wasn't playing with it, right? So I was like, oh shoot. So when he left Islam, when he said, okay, we out of Islam, we done with that. Okay, now you're ready to go to the next whatever, the next lesson or the next, evolution. Then he said, he told all the sisters to take off their khimar, the face veil and the hijabs, and brothers took off their jalabiyas and so forth. So now we're not Muslim anymore. And at that point, a lot of people left the community because they were like, I don't know what's going on. Doc lost his mind, man. He said Islam is bullshit, excuse my language. And
right.
So a lot of it really divided the community, man, because a lot of people was like, I can't, I don't know where we're going. I don't know where he's going with this, right? And then from there, that's when that new Nuwabian stuff came. We got so now we got a new. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So the theology is.
If you can, Mr. Morpheus, explain for those of us that don't have the experience of being a part of that organization. Explain for us, and especially for me in this moment, what is the W in Nuwabian? Right? What's the W in Nuwabian?
The W?
Yeah.
Well. I never got into the Nuwabian school.
Okay.
I never got into that. Like, I left as an Ansar when they left Islam, right?
Yes.
I left.
Okay. 'Cause I always wondered, was that a feature of language that he was trying to show people that Nubia is not actually Nubia in pronunciation, is Nuwabu? I always was curious about that.
Well, what happened was actually, they have like a language they had that was called Nuwapic, right?
Yes, I remember. Mm-hmm.
You know who created Nuwapic?
Who?
The kids, the Mukminuns, the Mukminatis, the young kids in the community who spoke fluent Arabic, right?
Okay.
And you know how as kids we got our slang and stuff how we talk, right?
Of course.
They took the Arabic language because they didn't want the elders, the older people to know what they was talking about. So they created their own, their own dialect of Arabic, right? So Doc found out about it and he said, yo, that's powerful. That's powerful because they had their own language within the family, right? So he took that and said, hey, being that this is all about the next generation and the children, he created or helped to develop. It was, like I said, it was already developed amongst the children. They had their own little language going. It's like, Pig Latin, and stuff that, a family of older people used to talk, and us kids, when they wanted to talk in front of us and they didn't want us to know what they were saying, right? That's what Nuwabic was.
Wow.
That's what it became. So
that represents the ingeniousness of Black people. I noted in my study of Arabic and Hebrew how when I began to first start studying these languages, one of the things that gave me encouragement and inspiration was an individual once told me, and I have learned that this was true, that if you want that the mind was a muscle, and if you wanted to exercise your mind, there's 3 things you could do. One was learn another language. Another was to learn how to play a musical instrument, and I forgot what the third one was. I forgot, but the 2 of those. And I think one of them has something to do with have some type of spirituality or something, if I'm not mistaken. So I began to delve off into all 3 of those things. And in doing that, it made me wish that other Blacks could experience that. And that's why I take my hat off to Brother Zion Lex for teaching the Hebrew language. Because once you start delving off into the Afro-Asiatic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic, oh my God, the mind, it does something to the mind. And it made those little kids geniuses where they created their own language, and Doc capitalized off of it. And that's what made Doc a genius. And if he would have been out, he would have continued to be on the top because he had inspired so many geniuses up under him that all he had to do is just sit back and capitalize off of the babies, off the work of the babies that he created.
That makes sense?
That makes sense. I want to say even there's a development there for me in thinking because I always wondered how the language was created. I always wondered why the emphasis on the W in saying Nuwabu. And so you're clarifying much of these things. And even me hearing that going from school to school, the Ansars to Nuwabian Islamic Hebrews to now Nuwapu, the theology in some sense does change. And
I'll say this. Sorry, Zion, to cut you off. In the Nuwabic studies, when I was studying Nuwabic, because I was a follower. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by follower is that I would get all of the magazines, and I would follow them. But I wasn't a part of the organization. I would, like I do many of you guys on Facebook and YouTube. I follow you guys, but I'm not a part of your groups. And that's how I did. I was an avid follower of Dr. York. And I noticed that once I began to start studying, Hebrew and Arabic, when I saw the Nuwabic, it was easy to do that because the grammar system is basically the same as Arabic and Hebrew.
You used one of his catchphrases or one of his monikers, which is that he came to give you what you wanted until you were ready to receive what he had to give, right?
There you go.
Which I want to say the most important thing that I'm taking away from that sounds like this, and correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like he was willing to meet people where they were at in theology and then feed them the highest quality from that so that he can take them to the next stage. Am I accurate now? Am I capturing what he was doing?
You are 120% correct.
All right.
You are 100% correct. Right. That was my perspective of it. You know what I mean? Right. I was like, oh, I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. So while people were saying,
I want to admit that's rather brilliant.
It is.
It is genius.
Yeah.
It's actually genius. You know what I mean? So I was like, wow. So I stayed the course, but here it gets juicy, right? In that journey, right? I was afforded to be able to travel. So I went to Sudan, right? So I was so deep in, I wanted to learn more about the Ansar, the Mahdi family and all that. And out of it, remember, I'm a practitioner.
That's right.
Keep in mind, I'm still a practitioner, right? So my focus was, learning Quran, as much Quran as I can, learning to recite Quran, because why is this important, what I'm saying? When we hear the word Quran today, right, at least a lot of, I would say all, for the most part, African-American Black people.
Yes.
We think of a book, correct?
That's right.
We think this book is called the Quran, right? But if you look and understand the word Quran, for the word Qara means recite.
Come on. Can I take the time, Morpheus? My apologies for keep cutting in, but the dots are connecting heavy. I want to mention in this moment something that's unique. The oldest name to describe the Hebrew Bible is not to call it Tanakh. Tanakh is a modern era innovation. When you go into the oldest text to see how the Hebrew Bible was described by the people who were writing it, they literally called it Qara.
Oh,
actually, he's right. But Zion is speaking in root form. If you was to look that up and don't find Qara, look up Mikra. He's speaking the root word. It's Mikra. Look up Mikra. Mikra means from reciting, from the call. From the call of the prophets and from reciting that of that of which the prophets wrote. You know what I'm saying? Mikra. Yep, to call or to cry. Kara. Kara means to cry or to call out. Koraya. The one West call it Koraya. We call it Kara. So yeah, Kora. Mikra.
So makes sense because the Arabic equivalent is Quran.
Yes. Quran, exactly. Yes. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So Quran means recitation.
That's right.
Book would be al-kitab.
That's right.
Is there any correlation there? Kitab?
So kitab, absolutely. That's right. Kitab could refer to a writing tablet, that which is written. Kitab in Hebrew literally means to write. We have a word for book. That word is sefer.
Yeah, he's telling the truth there. But the difference that got to be understood is that kitab simply just means to write. You know what I'm saying? In Arabic, in Hebrew, it can mean to write. It can have something to do with a book. You know what I'm saying? Although we do have another word for book.
But when a person is referencing that which is written, yes, we can be talking about a book. So kitab in Hebrew can also denote a book. Absolutely.
Exactly. Right. A writing, a book, a song. Right.
Yes.
Exactly. Right. So watch this now. So now we start to getting deeper. So now at this point, right, I'm passing practitioner, right? And I want to get into learning what it is that I'm reading. You understand, rather understanding.
Yes.
Not just reciting. most Muslims recite Quran, and rightfully, because it means recitation, to recite. But they don't understand what it is that they're reciting, right? Because recitation is something that's done for memory, right? Memory, right? But I wanted to go deep further into the language, right? Because I want to understand what I'm reciting. You know, what is this? What is this word? These words, excuse me, blah, blah, blah. What does this mean? Where does it come from? So and so, right? And that's where the egg got cracked open. What do I mean by that? Because when I started to dig into it as a academic side, the academic side of me, that's where I started seeing all the holes.
Yeah, well, I've noticed that too by studying Arabic and Hebrew, that more so Hebrew than Arabic, and not to say that Arabic Hebrew does it more, or that it happens more with Hebrew in scripture. It's just that I was more versed in the Hebrew isms in the text than I was in Arabic. I was more a scholarly in the Hebrew world than I was in the Islamic world. But I noticed that too. But when you begin to study these languages, the first thing that you're going to notice is that there's many mistranslations, that people translated these stuff very loosely. And a lot of this, they could have used better words to have translated that than the ones that they've chosen. You know, they because they chose those words to mislead people towards a certain religious persuasion, other than doing a straight word for word parsing of these texts.
And I'm saying, oh, what's going on here? Because, and there were a lot of things that I couldn't reconcile. And then I would run into other Muslims or sheikhs or people who are really high academic who knew the same things, right? But it was shh. It was hush hush. Like those are things, you know, we don't talk. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like,
Yes.
I'm struggling with like, yo, what's going on here? You know.
Well, I'm going through the same thing even now, and been going through it for probably the last 20 years or better. Ever since I've been studying the Hebrew language, I'll come to them telling them new discoveries like Yam Suf does not translate Red Sea, and that there's arguments amongst the scholars, no matter what we think. There's arguments amongst the scholars about the location of Yam Suf, meaning that there's possibly the area that you taught all your life was Red Sea could possibly not have even been that. There's things in there that I teach that about Yahweh. I teach that Yahweh means he exists. I teach that it means he is existence itself. Okay, a lot of people who don't study the language like I do can't see these things. I teach that there's no such thing as these non-corporeal spiritual entities, that a malakam was a third dimensional human being, that a shaitan was a third dimensional human being, you know, that angels and devils and demons, even Elohim and Adonai were human beings. And I teach that when I based upon my study and research of the language. I don't teach that these were non-corporeal entities other than Yahweh, you know, and to explain that would have a lot to do with this perfect microcosm and macrocosm relationship between the Elohim, Yahweh, and man that was established back in the Genesis. But but it's all of these things that I have learned, you know, by the study of the language, and I get much pushback, especially from those who teach against the study of Hebrew, period.
Because what telling me so-and-so does or says is not what it says. So I'm saying to myself, why would you do that? You follow me? Like,
Yes.
Why would these sheikhs and so and tafsirs and said something in Arabic, mind you, and give you a translation of it in a book in English, and it's not saying the same thing.
Mm.
So I started to say, hold up, what's going on here? It makes sense. You got to question that, right? Like, why would you do that? That means that you have an intention. Would you agree?
I would definitely agree.
Yeah, so you have to question that, right? So then I struggled with that for quite some time, right?
Yes.
And let me give you a perfect example, if I may, what I'm talking about, right? Because maybe this will help demonstrate. Boom. Hold up. Cool. All right, let me share my screen, right?
Okay.
Share screen. Boom. Cool. Watch this, brother. Can you see this? You see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Yep.
All right. Now, this website is called Sunnah.com, right? Sunnah.com is created and developed and supported by the Saudi Arabia. So it's at the highest level, Sunnah.com, correct? So this is not mine, until my personal stuff, whatever, right? So
Yes.
in this particular hadith here, right? And I found this out later on. Now, keep in mind now, right? This is what's called, you see this word in the bottom, Sahih al-Bukhari?
Yes.
Pay attention to that word Sahih. Sahih means authentic. When you're reading about stuff in Islam, and as far as hadiths concerned, they're in different grades. Like Sahih is grade A, Hassan is grade B. You know what I mean? And so you got a Da'if, which is like, it's kind of weak. It's still accepted, but it's kind of weak as far as the transmission is concerned. The Sahih is grade A, which means they say this is very authentic, right?
That's right.
So watch this. And the reason why I'm showing you this is important, because I don't know if people realize this, but 85% of the Muslim world are non-Arabic speakers.
Okay.
Wow.
Now people don't realize that, right? So 85.
I would say it's like that way in the Israelite world, because of the kingdom of Yah and a lot of Old Testament Israelite groups. They probably would make up that bulk, maybe that 15%. But of the Israelite movement of Black Israelite Hebrews, there's about 85% of us that don't speak the language.
5% are non-Arabic speakers, meaning they can't speak. They can recite. You know, we've learned how to recite the Quran, but actually being able to conversate, actually have these conversations in the language, only like 10, 15% speak Arabic. So that means that the majority of Muslims, or especially African-American Muslims who convert to Islam, we're depending, right, on these translators, Yusuf Ali, Muhammad Pickethall, whoever it may be. We're depending on that.
But with your level of expertise with the language, you don't have to depend on nobody. I mean, I've seen you get down. I'm watching you get down now. You know what I'm saying? Just like Zion. With Zion's levels of expertise, he does not have to depend on no one. And that's the reason why I promote people learning the language, because when you don't learn the language, you have to get second, third, fourth hand information. Where if you knew the language yourself, it would be firsthand, where you can use your own mind, your own intellect to read that and read that statement for yourself. Now, that doesn't mean take this stuff and be arrogant and run with it, because you do need a consensus. You know, you can't be the only person in the world to have thought these thoughts. When I say things like Yahuwah means he exists, or he is the existence, when I say that, I have tons of evidence and hundreds of people that can back me with that are Christian and Muslim. There's a whole Christian organization that is rooted around that.
Except that their translations is, you know what I mean?
That's
Authentic,
right.
and they telling us the truth. They're Muslim. They wouldn't lie. Muslim. This is what we say, right?
Right. I mean, you're basically saying what some people can see in aspects of the Israelite community. Captain Tazariak relies on the King James version because he doesn't know Hebrew.
Right.
So it'd be the same thing.
Right, exactly. So I started seeing problems. Like I'm giving
an
example.
And they cause problems for Zion Lex behind his back. They smile in his face. I mean, all Zion has to do is go back and look at the experience that took place with the Hebrews after the Hebrew war machine.
If you see this right here, I say you're
they were the most unintelligent, the dumbest, the stupidest, but they took credit for all of the hard work, all of the breaking down of the Hebrew y'all did and all that. These guys who don't even study Hebrew like that took the credit for all of that.
At your African American or you're a Muslim, you should become Muslim, and you read this hadith, and it says, the prophet said, right, the reciting of Zabur, which is the Psalms, was made easy for David. He used to order that his riding animals be saddled and would finish reciting the Zabur, which is the Psalms, before they were saddled, and he would never eat except for the earnings of his manual work. Now, watch this. If you read that, what would you get from that? It's not a test. I want to show you something.
I'll tell you what I get from that. It depends on what this word Zabur means. My Arabic my Arabic vocabulary is not that broad, but he said, I got that the prophet said that the reciting of the Zabur, the Psalms, okay, so it means the Psalms. It means that the reciting of the Psalm was made easy for David, meaning that for David to recite the Psalms, it was made easy. And he used the order that his riding animals to be saddled and would be finished reciting the Zabur before they would be saddled. I guess that something happened that he was doing something with these animals, and before he was finished doing it, he was finished quoting the Psalms, and he would never eat except upon the earning of his manual work. So he would never eat unless, he ate basically by the hands of his brow. Okay, but basically what I got out of that, I guess that David read the Psalms. Okay, but if that's what Zabur means.
Just highlight the screen so I could see it because it's small on our end, but I could see it here. Let me hold up my tablet.
Want me to make it bigger?
It says, okay,
that David was an avid reader of the Psalms. I'm sorry, Zion.
Prophet said the reciting of the Zabur, the Psalms, was made easy for David. He used to order that his riding animals be saddled and would finish reciting the Zabur before they were saddled. And he would never eat except from the earnings of his manual work. Now, what's your question again?
Yeah, that basically what I got out of that David was an avid reader of the Psalms. He read it good, he read it fast, he understood it, and that he was a good worker, that he worked by the sweat of his brow, which means that he worked fast. He did his work good, he worked fast, he wasn't bullcrapping. He wasn't bullcrapping while he worked, which means that this man was efficient with the Psalms. That's what I got up out of this book. That he knew the Psalms, he studied it, he read it, he quoted it, he recited it, that type of thing.
What would you get from that based on what you just read?
Reciting of the Zabur.
That David used to read the Psalms, right? Or recite the Psalms.
Absolutely. That's the first takeaway, yes.
Yeah, right. You want to hear something funny?
Yes.
You see I got the
Yes.
That's not what that says.
I can believe that.
This is gonna make you laugh. You ready?
All right, go ahead.
This says, "Akhalif ila Dawood ila as-salam al-Qur'ani faqan yarmul bi khawadi Fatu Soroj Fayakura. Why is that important? You see this word right here?
Okay.
You see what got highlighted?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
You know what this word is?
What word is that?
Al-Quran.
So it's referring to him reading or reciting the Quran,
Yes.
not the Psalms. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
You see, so I'm going, so why are you telling me?
So I guess the problem that and I guess that could cause a big problem with a Muslim, right? That and it shouldn't, because if the Muslims would have studied the books that came before it, like the Quran subscribed for it to do, like say for instance, if it would have studied the Hebrew Torah in the Hebrew language, it would have learned that the Al Quran would have been the same as Hamikra, you know, and it could have been said that Moses was reading or that David was studying and reading the Mikra, which is the Torah, which was in existence in David's day. So it is really not something to cause a real big problem amongst an Islamic scholar that studied and practiced Islam like it was supposed to. You're not supposed to, according to the Al-Quran, to disavow the books that came before it. And if you understood the books that came before it in its native tongue, you would see that it would actually be no real problem. Now, I don't know whether Zion, how he addressed that. I saw this a couple days ago, but I was kind of in passing and doing it, so I wasn't able to sit down like I am now with it. But that's how I would respond to that, Morpheus.
That he was citing the Psalms, but the word here is Al-Quran. He was reciting the Quran. But now you got to say, wait a minute, how could David be reciting the Quran, right? If the Quran wasn't revealed until Muhammad.
Ooh.
Well, now that's what the problems with Islam come at when they say that the Quran was not revealed until Muhammad. What that could have been, that does not mean that the Quran did not exist until Muhammad, right? It was revealed, the revelation of the Quran and what the Quran means. That's what that could have meant. Like it's in real revelation. It does not mean that the Quran or the Quran was written by Muhammad. You see, maybe the revelation was given to him, and maybe according to your religion, in all honesty, he could have been the last revelator because it was revealed to him. Right, but revealed does not mean that he wrote it or authored it. You know, it was already in existence before he even came. And I've heard Muslims say the Quran was in existence. It was the Torah, the Quran. It was called Hakora, Hamikora, as Zion, elder brother Zion Lex, the great, has stated.
Okay.
Are you with me so far?
I'm following.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this stuff in the Arabic and I'm going,
the answer. It was Zion gave you the answer and show you how the Most High works. When you started out talking about the Quran and the Quran, Zion Lex gave you the answer right there. I don't know whether that he feels the need to equip a Muslim, right, with Islam or not, because that's not really what you're doing. What you're doing is just revealing the truth. Or does he feel that he doesn't need to, say the same thing twice and to be redundant, because he's already said it. You know, I just wish that he would hammer it in a little bit more.
Since he was, you see the word here, Al-Quran, right? You see it here.
Yeah,
Al-Quran. You see it again here. Al-Quran. So I'm like, so the Quran was made easy for David, so he would order his.
Yes, Al-Qur'anu, by just by not religious orientation, but just by linguistic orientation, goes all the way back to the Torah.
The conversation is incredible. We're just having some technical difficulty with Are you there, Morpheus?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, I just want to remark that the conversation is incredible. We just got a little bit of hiccups with your audio, but apart from that, brother, you are cooking. We listening.
Yeah. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So then I started questioning these translations, like these translators and stuff, right? And I'm saying to myself, I learned out of it. I learned something, but I'm going, why would they do this? Why would you tell me it's saying something that it's not saying?
But I don't find a problem with it. He basically was saying that he was reading the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? And the scriptures did exist before this book that you call Al-Quran, because the writing came contemporary to the time of Moses. Okay, so by the time of David, writing and reading and literacy was well established in the world. Okay, so David, we were saying that David was reading and writing and quoting, studying, meditating, on the Hakora or Hamikara, which in Hebrew would be Al-Quran. Hamikara and Al-Quran are literally translated as the same thing. Okay, but the problem is that a lot of people, it's this word Quran that people want to limit it to your book that you have in Islam, when Hakora, which is the same as Al-Quran, pre-existed thousands of years before Al-Quran al-Islam, Islam, the Quran from Islam.
I started to think about it. I was like, oh, because now you would have to explain how the heck is David reading the Quran? So they don't want you to see that. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, they don't.
So
okay, now I get it. I get it, because if you was to properly explain that, then that would lead you back to Hebrewism. It would lead you back to the Torah and not the Quran and not Al-Islam. And the Muslims are trying not to do that. They're trying to stop you. And this is probably the reason why they had a problem with you being Ansar Islamic, a Hebrew Muslim. So, because you're mixing something that they don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Say that because now it takes you down a whole nother world now that you got to explain. They say that David is David, and David is associated with the Zabur, with the Psalms. They saying he's reading the Psalms, but the Arabic don't say that.
Okay, all right.
That makes sense.
That definitely makes sense with what's written. But let me ask you to make sense of this.
It makes sense, but it doesn't. It makes sense because it would be damaging to Islam. It would be damaging to establish. It wouldn't damage pure Islam, right? But it would definitely establish organize. It would be a threat and a thorn in the flesh to organized religion or organized Islam.
Because people are going to ask retrospectively, if the Bible comes before the Quran as a written text, as a written work, people would ask, why would David be reading the Quran? How do you answer that?
It can't. You can't reconcile that. That's the point I'm making. It's no way you can reconcile that.
Right.
You can't reconcile that.
All right.
Right.
So then I'm started to see a whole lot of this going in, and all these different hadiths and so, and I'm starting to say, so then now I understood what Doc was saying, because Doc
it could be reconciled by just being honest and pure about what you learn, you know, and quit trying to and if there's falsehood in our religion, just tear it down and rebuild it. It wouldn't destroy the religion; it would make it stronger.
Knew this. He knew these things were problematic, right? But I think I had reached a certain degree where I started to, what I mean, be able to point these things out. Because remember, a regular practitioner is not going to see this. He's not even going to look for it.
Right.
He's not even going to look for it. All he wants to do is just, be a faith.
Yeah, a faith baiter, a practitioner, just a part of a religion, just a part of something. Pretty much like the things I was telling you earlier. When I began to study the language, there wasn't nobody interested in it. Because I'm telling you what happened. What happened is that they'll learn that a great majority, especially the New Testament Israelites, who followed the New Testament by largely adopting Christianity into their hookup. One thing about Zion Lex is, even though he has adopted a lot of New Testament or messianic principles, heavily messianic, that there's aspects of Judaism that allow for that. You know what I'm saying? But he have not left the Hebrew roots. You know what I'm saying? And that's something to take my hat off to. Whereas opposed to your One West groups have straight abandoned their Hebrew roots, they're no more than a Judeo-Christian cult.
For Muslim, you know what I mean?
That's right.
And Doc used to tear their butts up.
That's right.
Go to the masjid, raise his family. And he has the belief that he's going to go to Jannah. That's the basic fundamental. That's all they want to do, right? But when you start getting to the academic stuff and going into it, that's when your brain start going, hello, wait a minute. What's going on here? What's going on here? You know what I mean? And it opened up a lot of questions, and I can show this on and on and on and on. This is not somebody say, well,
so that exists in all three of the religions, because I know it happens in Judaism and Christianity as well. And it's one of the reasons why I say that I champion being a non-organized religion. I am actually very much against organized religion.
That's one thing. No, I can do this forever. I could do it forever, right? I started to see things like this. Perfect example, and you might appreciate this. Right? Let me pull this up. Watch this, brother. Watch this. Cool. There's a survey here. Please forgive me to the chat, please.
Take your time.
There's a survey here that I want to pull up. I want to share again, if I may. Here we go. You see my screen?
Yes. I'm going to share it right now.
Okay.
There we go.
This surah, number 17, called Al-Isra, right?
Yes.
So everybody today, Muslims today, know this surah called Al-Isra.
The Israelite.
The night journey, correct?
Yes.
This surah was originally named Bani Yishrael.
I have some people that are Quranic scholars that are members of my academy, my classes, and a couple of them have actually pointed that out before.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So you see, I'm not making this up.
Yeah. The Israelite, Al-Isra.
Yeah. So this was originally called Bani Yishrael, the children of Israel.
Yeah.
So there was a whole surah called the children of Israel. So then now you got to ask the logical question. Well, if it was originally called Bani Yishrael, why does it change to Al-Isra?
Oh man, if you don't mind, good brother, Mr. Morpheus, we need you to repeat that once more because your audio went out a bit. Repeat once more in correlating that the surah used to be originally called Bani Israel, if you don't mind.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, I'm there with you. I just need you to repeat this last part because your audio went out. So just refresh our memory, reset just one moment. You said that this particular surah was originally called Bani Israel. So state what the surah is and then go into that information.
Yeah, Surah 17, called Al-Isra, is translated as the night journey. That's what they call it as, right? It's supposed to represent, Muhammad's night journey to Masjid al-Aqsa, right? From Mecca or Medina. Yeah. So that's what it's called now, today. If you open the Quran today, you would see 17 called Al-Isra. But it was originally called Bani Yishrael.
And even though I know what that means, can you translate, sir?
Yes, the children of Israel. So the Quran.
I had to drop the bomb on that.
Boom, exactly. Boom, right? So it had a whole chapter, a whole surah called the children of Israel. So then, what goes through your head when you hear that? When you like, you know what I mean? Like, what's your thought process? Like, you know what I mean? When you hear that or you discover that?
Well, the first thing that tells me is if we need to change the name, there could be a number of reasons why there's a name change, right? But it doesn't sound to me that it's a superficial name change in the sense that the person had great intentions. It sounds like something that is attempting to be concealed or hidden from what I'm gathering.
That's my thought process, right? And I did a lot of research into that area and I saw what was happening. I was like, oh, they concealing certain stuff, right?
Mr. Morpheus, I'm sorry, good brother, but I do want to put someone on what I sometimes call the summer jam screen. This is somebody that I don't know personally, but I do know who he is from Son of the TV. He calls himself Cuban Crisis. He's been critiquing.
That's my man.
Well, he's been critiquing much of what you've been saying so far.
That's okay. He has a right to his opinion.
Absolutely. But I just want to read what he says, and I want you to weigh in on it. He says, "I'm not. It's true. He's talking about you. Was never Muslim, a follower of York. His talking points is from York. Then he says, Quran, Iyun, and Orientalist, but enjoy y'all conscious cats know everything." I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. I'm not trying to stir up anything, but I just wanted to know.
I know him. We spoke a couple of times. I hope, my brother, I hope your health is, okay. We talked a lot, but yeah, I mean, he has a right to his opinion. But as far as my credentials is concerned, I'm like, that's wrong.
Right.
As far as you want a different opinion about theology, that's fine. Well, I ain't got a problem with that. You know what I mean? But everybody knows me from my ass off, from knowing Doc personally, and I got his children I can bring on to tell you that can vouch for me. You know what I mean?
Right.
But fine. It's still peace and love to you, Cuban Crisis. You still my dude. You know what I mean? So I'm not worried, but I'm not.
That's good. That's good. I appreciate your approach. That's dope.
Yeah. Where was it? Where did we leave off at?
So we ended off now just referring to the Bani Israel.
Oh, Bani Israel.
Into something else.
Yeah. So so we were saying. So I started thinking like, why would they hide that? You know what I mean? Why would they change, names and stuff? And not only that, but when you look at the Quran, watch this. I like to show stuff that anybody at home can do their research, or you don't, just say, well, let me.
It's something that, I don't know, but Islam never was a united faction. There was wars inside of Islam. There was always factions fighting against each other. I'm talking about there were Muslim there were inside. Let's look at Africa for instance. You know, all of those guys were Muslim, but they fought against each other for dominance and they took over. And when those things happen, like I'm telling you, the translator of every text you have had a religious agenda behind their translation. In all text.
Just listen to what he's saying. You can see this for yourself.
I'm saying that the Catholic Bible was designed and translated to promote Catholicism. I'm saying that Protestant text was designed to promote Protestantism. You understand what I'm saying? So it's that type of thing.
Watch this, brother.
Jehovah's Witness got their translation.
Here we go. So I started noticing stuff like this, right? Share my screen.
Okay.
Again, cool. Tell me if you can see my screen. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So what am I showing? This is supposed to be the revelation order of Quran, right? Okay. So the order starts with number 1. So this is supposed to be the first surah that was, as they call it, revealed. It's called Al-Alaq.
Okay.
Today it's surah 96. So if this was the first one that Muhammad received, why is it 96? Right?
Yes.
This is as you can see, this is the chronological order of the surahs.
Oh yeah.
So if we're looking at this stuff, we go, wait a minute, what's going on here? Who?
It's the same question that a Hebrew would ask coming from English learning Hebrew. Is that once we go to the Old Testament in the Hebrew text, we will come to find out that the Hebrew text is not written Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Leviticus. You know, it's not written like that. You know, I'm talking about in the biblical chronological order that most of your Bibles are written in. Your English Bibles and all of the Bibles around the world. When you get to the Torah, you know, the Torah and the Tanakh is not written in those orders like that. And I would say, to answer your question, Morpheus, is that both the New Testament and the Old Testament in its conception drew heavily from the Old Testament, very much in its writings and just in this entire construct period. And the Old Testament is that way. So I think that the Quran was the authors of the Quran or the compilers, if you will, was drawing from the knowledge, the ancient knowledge of the Old Testament.
Who's moving stuff? You know what I mean? What authoritative, group of Sahabas or whatever that's moving stuff when the Quran is being put together? Who's moving stuff from their proper order? Today, when you open the Quran, this right here, Surah Al-Fatiha, was originally number 5. Today in the Quran, it's number 1.
Wow.
So if we go down this whole list, none of this stuff is in a chronological order.
And just from a theological standpoint of how books are put together, I would say that that's a red flag, and that's clearly highly problematic. That's an issue.
Yeah, it's an issue. Yeah, so these are issues that I started, seeing. I started seeing these issues, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this issue it caused me to see the issue in reading the English Bibles, that this stuff is not in the original order that the stuff was set, and it was taken out of order by the conquerors You know, your King James, he was a conqueror. You know what I'm saying? Your Catholic popes, they were conquerors. You know, the people, you know, you know, Catholicism, the Catholic Bible, these were conquerors. You know, so they put this stuff in order to establish their dominance. And it's been that way with Islam. If the original Quran was written one way and then it became written another way, someone had to dominate this and allow this. And more than likely, it was the Grand Mufti, what they call him, the Grand Mufti. You know what I'm saying? When the Grand Mufti, whoever becomes the head, it becomes dominance at this point. You know what I'm saying? And many Islamic leaders became who they were in dominance, usually by war. You understand? That's why they were they're heavy warmongers.
I started seeing these issues, and in seeing these issues, I started to say, "Hold up, what's going on here? What's going on here? Why is Al Fatiha is in every Quran is number 1, but it was actually number 5? Well, Al Alaq, which is the one that's supposedly disclosed with the Hadith story that when the angel Jibreel came to Muhammad and recited this, Al Alaq, this one, Al Alaq, number 1. We used to Iqra, which means to recite or read. Iqra bismi wa rabbika alladhi khalaq. That's Surah Al-Alaq, right? So that should be, you know, the opening, because this is the first time we supposedly receive revelation, right?
A brother named Aslam Mahdi, who I actually know, he says Doc's translation of the Quran put them in the order they originally came in.
That's right. That's right. I had that Quran. He's 100% correct, and that caused problems.
Yeah, because Doc is basically, when Doc did that, he's like, look, there's a new regime in the land, and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what the problem is. The problem is not in the truth of the Quran, because it's the Quran, and they should not have no problem with it. Nobody should have no problem with the order of the books if you read the damn books. But it's about dominance, supremacy. Look, bro, you are a threat to our regime.
With the Islamic world, because Doc had it in the proper orders. You see what I'm saying?
Right. This is powerful. I'm just gonna hold you for one moment.
Look, man, Doc called himself Imam Isa El Hadi El Mahdi. He said basically he is the forefront man. He is the imam, the one who stands in front. Right? That's what imam means, to be in front. And bijanibi is behind me. So imam is in front of me, in front. He is the Imam Isa. He's Imam Jesus. So he's saying he's the Messiah now. He is Imam Messiah. He's Imam Jesus, the Mahdi, El Mahdi, the great religious reformer. This is what this man is saying with his books in his hand. And you think these people going to accept you? You were a threat to their regime, brother. They didn't give a damn whether you were Muslim or not. And this is how I understood how Muslims could take other Muslims and sell them over here to the United States of America as slaves. Because he was not a part of their regime. You had the Almohads who came and overthrew the Almoravids, and all of this type of stuff was going on in Africa. Muslim wars, dominance. Almohade had no problem selling the Almoravid as slaves. Get them niggas out of here so we can take this joint over.
Mr. Morpheus, because we had an Islamic scholar join the building. His name is Biggest Titan. If you can,
I may be off a little bit, but you guys get what I'm saying.
just show your face, Biggest Titan. We need to see. There you go, good brother. I'm gonna just put this down for a second. Introduce yourself real quick and share quickly with us what you would like to say. I want to make sure that Morpheus can have his full show, but you wanted to join, so go ahead, Biggest Titan. It's on you. You there? Biggest Titan, you would have to unmute your mic, and
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we can see your face.
So, because I'm in America, you call it the cut. I'm in the cut, So.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Cut, so.
He in the dark. He in the cut right now.
All right, you good. You good, brother. Go ahead, talk.
So, obviously, this is a holy platform. I've been locked into this platform, so I come with the greetings of Shalom Leka and Salaam Alaikum Barakatullah.
Thank you, good brother. Thank you.
Yeah. Peace, Morpheus, man. It's been a long time, man. You remember me?
Yeah, man. Peace and love to you, bro.
Remember, man, that the UK guy, from back in the day, man, on Q Butter's platform, and was going back to back, and I had to correct Sabio because he said something about the Messiah is not in the Quran, and I had to show him. Remember?
No, I don't remember that. But
then you were saying the law and Ilah.
I don't think I would ever say the
anyway,
Messiah.
We pass that anyway. We get onto the
yeah. But I don't think I would ever say that the Messiah, the word of Messiah.
No, that was Sabio.
Oh, Sabio said it. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Sabio said it. But if you can't remember, it's no problem. So obviously, I got a lot of things to say, but regarding this specific thesis you're pulling up right now, regarding the chronological order and the traditional order of the Quran, this accusation or whatever the angle you've got towards it's not really an issue, because we've got a traditional order and a chronological order, and furthermore it's actually that is good like that, because it safeguards and protects certain information from outsiders. And Zion Lex agreed to you, and I was even like, Ross, say word Zion Lex agreed, because if I'm not mistaken, the order of the Old Testament, Genesis to Deuteronomy, that's not even the chronological order, if I'm correct. I think Deuteronomy is the oldest book, if I'm not wrong.
Genesis chronologically is in the right order because it's describing the beginning. Now, if you're talking about chronological in terms of what books are written first, I understand what you're saying. But in terms of chronology of events, this is why Genesis is placed first. Okay.
So with Islam, we've got two styles of how we receive the Quran. So we've got
the Quran, the Torah does not go by which was written first, because what was written first was the Torah. The Torah was written first. We're talking about as far as writing goes, right? Because most of the first 5 books, especially Genesis, everything up until Moses was all word of mouth. And that stuff was passed down word of mouth, which is mythos. I teach that is mythos. It was passed down word of mouth. There's no evidence that we got no evidence of these stories told anywhere written anywhere. But all the evidence tell us is that these words, the Bible, the scriptures, have been passed down word of mouth until it was written. Until scribes were able to start writing this stuff down, but at first it was passed down orally, traditionally. That being stated, Moses got it passed down to him orally, and that's how Moses got it. So Moses, you got to understand that writing became contemporary to the time of Moses. Whether you believe Moses existed or not is neither here nor there for the sake of this conversation. You can look it up. Look up a date. They have a date described for the birth of Moses. And they also have a time when writing, a date for when writing originated. And I'm telling you that they were contemporary with Moses, meaning, writing started with Moses in the days of Moses, meaning that regardless to whether he created it, it started with Moses. Okay, so Moses, there was no, Adam didn't have no book. Okay, there was no book about Adam. There was no Genesis, Deuteronomy, Exodus, Leviticus. The first 5 books, none of those existed prior to Moses. Moses is responsible for that. Okay, so being that the Torah was the first thing that we know of to be written down, the laws written by the hands of the Most High, those were the very first things written. But for the sake of study, for the sake of our book, the book was placed together in the book. The way that we have it is in its proper order. And one thing I can say about the Hebrew text is that this tradition is a tradition that you won't find like Islam, that one day that the Hebrew text was out of order, and that you don't have these problems with Tanakh. Okay, those problems you don't have. Now you will have those problems with the Christian Bible, and you'll have those problems with the Quran. And I think that being that Christianity, I think that Islam drawed a lot from both Christianity and Islam. I think the early writers of the Quran were drawing from the Old Testament, and I think that later on, the people who came into power began to draw more from Christianity, being that Christianity had the right to take the books out of chronological order. They felt that they had the right to do that in Islam.
But in chronological order and the traditional order. So the chronological order, the one that compiled this was Ali ibn Talib radiallahu, and he's the one that we get our knowledge from. That Surah 96, that's the first chapter. Morpheus said Surah Fatiha is the 5th chapter. He's correct. Yeah, the 5th chapter. He's correct. That's based on the chronological order. But the traditional has another wisdom to it. But if you're not privy to the sciences, you won't know what's going on. So you're gonna be like, you're gonna have shubahat, you're gonna have doubts. You know what I'm saying? So these things.
All right, Mr. Morpheus, this is your show in this moment, so I'm gonna allow you to do what you need and what you want to do, Mr. Morpheus. It's on you.
Okay. Okay. So let me address.
I'm gonna let Morpheus address them because I didn't really understand them. I mean, I heard him, but I couldn't make out what he was saying.
Because I want to make sure I'm clear. That are you saying that? Are you acknowledging that they're not in the proper order of how it was written or received? Are you acknowledging that? Like, what's happening right now?
Yeah, so I acknowledge that how we receive the Quran is in 2 ways. So we've got it in chronological order, and we've got it in traditional order, the Sunnah order. When you're talking about the chronological, the Tariq is different. You know what I'm saying? The origin, that's a different thing. And then when you talk about the Sunnah, that's a different compiling. You know what I'm saying? So these are 2 different sciences. What's going on? And you're just, obviously you've got knowledge of one and not of the other, because I'm sure you didn't know Imam Ali has a big input of compiling the Quran.
Let me ask you a question. Are you a Shia?
No, I'm Sunni. Normal. I don't even like you.
Yeah, he sounds Sunni. The difference is that we, Morpheus, have been greatly influenced by Imam Isa. And I don't know whether Imam Isa was heavy into stuff like Hadith and the Sunnah. You know what I'm saying? He was more into and Talmud and stuff like that. He may have touched on those things, but he was more so into the Quran and the actual text. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't think he spent a whole lot of time in Hadith and Sunnah and all of that stuff.
Using these labels are Johnny come lately.
Because you said that Ali, right? But unfortunately,
it's no problem to have respect for him. It's part of the Sunnah.
Yeah.
See, Imam Isa, when I heard him talk about the Sunnah and the Hadith, he was bashing them. You know what I'm saying? He was bashing them. I mean, it was through him that I learned that some of the Hadith say that he say in the Sunnah say that he was white, and some say that he was black. You know what I'm saying? So it was through him that I learned that there were contradictions in those things. So I don't know that he taught those or maybe he may have found one like, well, this one is the good one. I don't know that part of Imam Isa. When I saw him, he was bashing those books.
But I'm saying, unfortunately, that is not the Ali's version of anything. Ali is not accepted as the majority of the Islamic world. That's why I asked that question.
I got taught this in the mosque. Like my imam's kind of like, he's big where I'm from. I got taught this in the masjid. So you're probably coming from a different worldview. Like in UK, it's a bit different. So I got taught this in the masjid. Imam Ali had an input in compiling the Quran. I didn't learn that from no Shia. So yeah.
Yeah, but if you're talking about Ali, you're talking Shia.
Not really. Still.
Or are you talking what? So are you talking Sanafi?
I'm talking the four Rashidun. That's what I'm talking about.
No, but that depends on what thought you're talking about. That's what I'm trying to say. That
I
really
beg your pardon?
I said, but that depends on what school of thought that you're referring to.
Well, how can I put it to you? I actually that UK is a bit different, you know. It's not. It's the school like what you're going by is kind of outdated. It's not that. Like I'm actually Muslim to date. So them kind of arguments you're using is outdated.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I don't hear people talking like that anymore.
In the early 2000s, when people immigrate into the UK, people bring their baggages with them. But as time goes by and people settle down and people understand each other's different madhab and manhaj, then everybody comes with a simple understanding and a simple way, even though we still have respect for the four great scholars of the school of thought, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, Hanbali, and Abu Hanif. So,
can I ask you a question?
Go
on. Who's Yasir Qadi?
I would run to Imam Malik.
No, I'm asking, do you know who Yasir Qadi is?
Oh, I thought you said who's my fiqh, sir. Sir. Yasir Qadi. Oh, my man from America.
You said Yasir Ali.
No, he's not. No, he's not from America. But anyway, if you don't know it, you don't know. It's cool. The reason why I brought Yasir Qadi up is very important. Because Yasir Qadi, right, is known as one of the academia, right? Are you with me?
I'm listening. Go on.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. So, Yasir Qadi, who is one of the top, at the very top in the Islamic world, right? As a scholar,
not really, but he's recognized in academia. But I get what you mean.
That's what you said. So
academia.
He's
in Islamic world. In Islamic world,
I'm talking academia.
But go on.
I'm speaking academia. I'm talking about academia. Everything that I'm approaching academically. At least that's what me and my brother Zion.
I love that one. That's what I'm
eventually was talking about. Am I right, Zion?
I think what the brother is saying is that when he said not really, but he's recognized. I think that he said that in Islam there is no what you would call these top scholars. You have scholars that are recognized in Islam, but a lot of those guys don't agree with each other. You know what I'm saying? Just like in any academic circle, you know, you go to universities and you study archaeology. All the archaeologists don't agree with each other. The maximalists don't agree with the minimalists, and the revisionist, he has a whole nother agenda the way he approaches it. And neither one of the maximalists or the minimalists agree with him because they look at him like he's just making up stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's how academia works. You know, there's people truly that will say Zahi Hawass is the top Egyptologist, but he's not. You know, he's probably one of the top paid, one of the top recognized, but there's Egyptologists that are far more academic, that are far more right, that are far more truthful.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So we're talking academics. Right? We're not talking tradition. At least I'm not talking none of that. I'm talking about academic. So why is that important? Can you share my screen?
Yes, let me share that right now. Let me share that for you right now.
I want you to listen to what Dr.
What the holding the Quran thing, that narrative.
Yes, you see it?
That old school Wahala.
No, not that one. I'm sorry, not that one. I want to address this. Okay, hold up, boom. Is this the one?
Remember, you said we're talking academics, you know?
Yes, sir. That's all I want to talk is academics, actually.
Well, that's all you're talking so far.
Sorry.
Nothing but.
I want to address this. Please, I'm sorry, brother. Share my screen again.
Yes, yes.
I want to show you conversations that are taking place in academic in the back rooms, right? This is important, right? I want to show you conversations, what they're talking about, and this is going on all in the back. I've known this for years. I've been part of these circles. All right, I'm gonna play it. Listen.
But this stuff goes on in the higher echelons of Christianity and the rulers of Christianity and Judaism as well. You know what I'm saying? Especially in your publishing houses, the people who publish all of your Sunday school books and all of your Bible publishers and those peoples, right?
I listen to books written by Quran scholars that are not Muslims in the academy. Recently, I purchased a super expensive book by Brill. You have to do that. And I engage with actual academics. I want to be very clear here. But these missionaries in particular, they have nothing to do with the world of academia. They are untrained, unqualified, ignorant, arrogant individuals who spout ridiculous claims that don't have a shred of credibility amongst actual academics. They don't even read Arabic, and they are literally like blind mice grabbing at whatever they can, trying to concoct a completely bizarre narrative and then preaching some garbled rubbish.
But it's like that in Christianity and Judaism, and even inside of the Black Judaism and Black Hebrewism of all facets. It's just like that in organized religion.
Obviously have no clue, as to right and wrong about the religion of Islam. And because they have repetitively done this, I will have to break my rule and just for once give these idiots the smackdown that they deserve, to show them, because they have no integrity.
Well, that's why I learned Hebrew, so I could give these fake preachers and fake Jews and fake Israelites the smackdown that they deserve. Did you know that probably about 80% of the Jews in the United States of America don't speak Hebrew? So the numbers are still roughly the same, and the only people that speak Hebrew that you're going to find that's really, really studying Hebrew like that in Judaism at all is your rabbis. The language is preserved by the rabbis. The rest of Judaism assimilate into the population.
To show them that they are utter fools who should not and cannot speak about the religion of Islam, because they are a disgrace to the field of academia. They are untrained, ignorant people who don't have a clue about what it really is that they're talking about. Yesterday, for the first time in my life, I swear by the creator who created me, wallahi wa billahi wa tallahi, I looked at the series of topics and I chose one at random completely, as Allah is my witness. I swear by the one who created me. This is the first link that I clicked on, and within 5 minutes of just scrolling through, because I'm not going to listen cover to, I don't have time to listen cover to something like this. And within 5 minutes of going through, this is what I found. Listen to this.
And then he sent to every Muslim province one copy of this original. One to every province. Now let's see, what provinces is he talking about? Well, he's talking about the province here.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Right. This is what he's talking about, right? I just want to get that part. Now, wait a minute. Now, he's saying this. Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to share.
Student of knowledge knows, who studies Ulum Quran, that the most difficult topics are ahruf and qira'at, and the concept of ahruf and the reality of ahruf, and the relationship of the arithmetic ahruf and the preservation of the ahruf. Is it 1? Is it 3? Is it 7? And the relationship of the qira'at to the ahruf. This is a topic that when you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out, and you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this isn't new. This is from the time of the Sahaba. This is not a joke, brothers and sisters. The issue of ahruf and qira'at caused confusion to somebody whom the Prophet ﷺ said, if you want to listen to the Quran directly, listen to Ubay. Ubay is not some even average Sahabi. He is the Qari of the Quran. He is the master. He is who he is. And he goes, فَتَدَخَلْ فِي نَفْسِي شَكْ. Again, this is you're asking some very honest question. It's the first time I'm saying these things. Many people are aware who listen to my lectures that I've mentioned the crises that happened to me at Yale. This was the issue. That the issue of ahruf and preservation and qira'at and relationships between them, these are very, very difficult issues. And the most advanced of our scholars, they're not quite fully certain how to solve all of the unanswered questions in there. Here's the point. These issues should only be discussed amongst people who know what the qira'at are.
Stop. What did he just say? Brother Zion. Okay.
My fault. I'm here, Brother Morpheus. Go ahead.
What is he saying?
Could you retort that for us? Because I had to turn my attention for a moment to look at my phone. My apologies. But the other brother is also here too, and
I'm listening. I would like to reply if possible.
What is he saying, bro?
So technically, what he's talking about is the different recitations of the Quran. So you've got 7 main different qira'at, different recitations, and in general, I think there's like 15 or up to 20 that's out there. But you've got the main 7, the body of 7. We've got hadiths to back this up. And do you know anything about the topic?
You asking me that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you that. I'm not like, what is he saying?
I know he's talking about different qira'at, different recitations.
No. You maybe I need to play it again. Okay, let's do it. Let me do. I want to highlight certain things. That's the most important.
Don't be too long-winded. Go to the.
No. We're not going to play that long-winded stuff. If I want you to get the understanding, it's going to take as long as it takes. I don't play that. No, I don't do that stuff, bro. I don't microwave.
I'm not trying to be able to too long with your show as well. I need to
bro. I'm saying,
as well. But
I'm telling you, I don't microwave information.
Okay, no problem. Play. Let me go.
Cool.
Don't worry.
All right.
Play.
Hello, Zion?
Yeah, I'm here, Morpheus. We just waiting on the video to play.
Okay.
But you're like, what is this?
Listen to this.
When you're the beginning, this is a topic that When you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out, and you don't fully comprehend.
Stop. What is he saying right here?
Basically, these people
What's
got a
his
herd
context?
mentality.
Huh?
They just be paired.
What's the context of what he just said? I hear you just played it. Okay, what's he trying to say? I don't get it.
Zion, what did he just say?
I missed that part, Morpheus. My apologies.
This is important, right? This part. Pay attention to
Kind of
this,
hard
right?
to pay attention to him, though.
It's only like 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Listen again,
And you don't fully comprehend.
right here.
Say and regurgitate it out. You learn to simply,
Here we go. I'm sorry.
when you go a little bit more
Right here.
knowledge, you're like, what is all of this? When you're the beginning student of knowledge, you're like, what is all of this going on here? When you go a little bit more, you learn to simply memorize what your teachers say and regurgitate it out, and you don't fully comprehend. When you do a deep dive is when things get very, very awkward and difficult. And this is
Stop. What is he saying right there?
Okay, so for me, I'll answer first. It sounds like he's saying that most people, the way they're taking in the Quranic information is that they're regurgitating what others are saying. They're not really doing any studious work on their own. However, when they begin to take on that task of doing studious work on their own, that's when things become awkward. And I'm assuming he's meaning that the awkwardness is in what is revealed from studious study.
Yeah, that's right.
No, what he meant.
Well, I'll tell you my experience. I was a Christian minister leading the church. Long as I was preaching that same old, everything was good. Once I started taking a deep dive, things started to get bad. So now I had to go find a religion that leaned towards what I was believing. So now I'm in the black Hebrew Israelite movement, New Testament Israelite, you know what I'm saying? And I started doing a deep dive, start studying the language. Now I don't believe in this anymore. And it becomes problematic. Now I got to leave this religion and go join something else, you know. So now I'm in the New Testament thing. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, there's those who believe I did deep study and now I don't believe in that anymore. But I do believe in Hebrew. I'm more like a Sadducee type of Hebrew. You know, I don't believe in rabbinical Judaism anymore. You know what I'm saying? I believe in the Judaism of the Sadducees, almost kind of like a Korahite.
Is as a talibul ilm, a student of knowledge, which will be taught by the teacher. You get taught the little bits, then you get taught the mediocres, then you go deep. While all of this teaching and learning is going on, you've got a teacher there, so it's not by themselves. But yeah, go on.
Okay. So that's what you think he's saying?
That's what I know. I've gone through. Well,
Okay.
not fully, but I've actually you know, in the masjid. You know.
Okay. So
Not to the best ability, but I'm
hold
there.
Hold that thought. Now I'm gonna go to the part 2, which couples to this. Here we go.
Well, yeah, that was what generated. What was the crisis? Crisis was very simple. Traditional understandings of ahruf and qira'at cannot answer some of these pressing questions that are now being poked by our people by our academics, by their academics outside of the faith tradition. You see, in a Muslim environment, there's always some respect that we have for the Quran. We should. In a Muslim environment, we'll press a little bit and then we'll say, okay, khalas, sami'na wa ata'na. And that's great, alhamdulillah. When you go to academia, they don't have that red line. And they're going to just, you know, the famous story of the emperor with no clothes. They're going to just point out, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, that's not true, and this and that. And they'll bring issues, which I'm not going to mention explicitly, that you know are true because they're in your own books. They're not inventing anything new. They'll bring you riwayat, and they'll bring you athar, and then you add to that very well-known issues of, I don't even want to be explicit. Then you bring on top of that makhtutat, and then. And it's very clear to you and to every single very advanced student and specialist that the standard narrative has holes in it. That's what I'm going to say. The standard.
Yeah, basically they look at you like you come to rain on a parade. Been there, done that. I've been there before. I'm still there. That's why I'm not a part of any Israelite organization.
Stop. What did you say?
So basically, what he's saying is the standard narrative. When you had people out here, and like I just said before, in the early 2000s, you had people doing dawah. You spoke of a man earlier on called Ahmed Didat. You had the Dr. Zakir Naik. So you had bare people doing dawah, and within their dawah, they would say the Quran is untouched. Like the language they will be using was not the language of the scholars of the past and, you know, the Muslims of the past. So the narrative, what he's talking, because he's a part of that dawah group. When I first I've been Muslim like 16 years now. You know what I'm saying? I'm 32. So I've been exposed to this guy for years. I know what he's talking about I know the language he's talking. So when he's saying the standard narrative is the narrative that Muslims say, oh, the Quran's untouched. We ain't got we ain't got different one, but we don't, but to a certain context, because we actually haven't got verses where it's different. It's just different in meaning, probably recitation, but the meaning is intact. And academia will say this, you know, if we're talking academics, you know what I mean? So in academia, they'll say this, but what I want to know is, you're talking about the qira'at, but can you name me at least 5 of the qira'at?
You're going off somewhere else. I'm trying to stay focused on something.
I'm trying to stay with you. I'm trying to dance with you.
No, you're not where I'm at.
You're with it all, you know.
No, you're not where I'm at, right?
I'm just wondering.
And I got you, bro, but I'm saying you're not where I'm at. Just try to stay focused.
Yeah, he's not where you at, but he actually is. But he's talking about his experience with Sunni Islam. And when he speaks of the depths of his knowledge of Sunni Islam. And he's talking about the same thing, but what I don't know is that I think that he may be against these dawahs. And I think, because he said that this was a dawah, and I think that he was saying that the dawahs are incorrect. I think that he may be trying to point the finger that this guy is incorrect. I mean, although his argument may be good, you know, I guess he still said that this guy is incorrect. But I wouldn't know, because I don't know Islam like that. I can only just listen.
Just follow for a minute. And we can go there when you want to go in a minute.
I've only got like 5 minutes left, though. I need to keep it moving before I
Okay, well, unfortunately, this is more than a five-minute conversation. Watch this right here. Yeah. Pay attention to this part.
And to understand some of these questions that are being
so
raised.
Is what you're saying the shak that came, or not the shak, but the crisis that you had was in relation.
Here's the point. These issues should only be discussed amongst people who know what the qira'ats are.
What did he just say?
These issues.
Rewind that again.
If I'm hearing correctly, I'm going to even use the comment on the screen. It sounds like he's essentially saying, once you deep dive like an academic, you'll see holes.
He may know or may not know.
That's exactly what he said.
But I could talk.
And then he also saying, which is more even important, is this part right here. Please listen.
And to understand some of these questions discussed amongst people, issues should only questions in there.
Morpheus, can you make your point? You know what I mean? Because
oh my God,
I want you to land.
Okay, here we go. Here it goes. Here's the point. Listen closely.
These issues should only be discussed amongst people who know what the
Stop. Are. What is he saying? He's saying that these holes that are found, right, in Islam, in the Quran, in Qur'an, all these holes, these problems, he's admitted there's a lot of problems academically, and they should only be spoken about in secret.
I don't know about secret, but yeah, I don't think it's for everybody.
I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm talking about what he's saying. Is that what he's saying?
Well, I agree with him, because you may have a problem with that. You think that we should just expose Islam and destroy the world. I don't think that. I don't think that we should expose anything. I think that the world is set where it's at. I understand the brainwashing and I understand that the trauma that you could thrust upon people when their religious needs can't be met by finding out that their whole life is a goddamn fraud. And it can be traumatic, especially to some people. It cause people just not to believe in nothing anymore. So most people don't even have the in them. You know, like when most people left Imam Isa, a lot of people just went crazy and went off into all types of crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't got nowhere else to go. That's like when a lot of people leave the Hebrew Israelites, they just go crazy. They ain't got nowhere else to fucking go, man. Because that's what they really wanted to be, religious minded people. They wasn't people from the start ever about Allah or Yahweh. They was about religion. And that's, I mean, so let them have their religion and seek like-minded. And only like me, and there's only certain people that I talk to about this level of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And this is a high level of knowledge. There's only few people that I would even waste my time. I would never talk to a Captain Cesario on this level of information. It should be, this level of information should be kept straight secret from him. And all of those who believe like him.
And not lying.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying, remember the first part he said, when you just come in Islam, you're a beginner, you don't know nothing, no knowledge, just be a practitioner and just learn how to recite.
I mean, just like how they do the One West groups. They got these guys reciting this fake ass Lashawa Kadesh Hebrew. That ain't even real Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? So they'll never, ever become fluent. I'm saying for the last 50, 60 years, these people been going to Hebrew class every Thursday, every Tuesday, and whatnot, and can't even construct the Hebrew sentence, man.
And blah, 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 blah. When you get advanced, if you go advanced, like what we're talking about, and going deeper in, is when all the holes show up. When the holes show up.
So can you demonstrate one of the holes?
I'm not here to demonstrate this yet. Not yet.
Okay. Yo, Zion,
yes.
I genuinely need to keep it moving. But
okay.
Salam alaikum, Morpheus. Yo, Zion, peace. Yo, Zion, I've been on your school before, you know, by the way. I've been in the classes silently, but I'll come back in, man. I'll come back in.
I appreciate you, man. If you can, just email me. I'll try to get you on the show.
Yeah, definitely. Shalom.
All right, take it.
Yeah, and that was big of him. I mean, I think that his knowledge of Islam is different from what we know over here in America. I think that his knowledge is more connected with worldwide Islam, which is what this guy here is about. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Morpheus has a different message that he's trying to push clearly. You know, I don't think that the brother, a lot of the brother was kind of like double talking, so I can't really say.
Yeah, shalom alaikum.
Peace. So so to get back to where I was at, what I'm showing you right now, what was my point of bringing this up? And I'm gonna show you multiple shows.
Morpheus, hold on one moment. This is a brother from my classes. He was raised in Islam. He's an Islamic scholar. He can read Arabic fluently, and he also speaks Arabic fluently. His name is Gamliel. Gamliel, jump in really quick.
Gamliel, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So what the brother,
he's really good.
Morpheus is talking about,
he said,
is the narrative of how they arrived at the 7 ahruf and the 10 qira'at. Because the standard narrative is that when the angel Gabriel brought the Quran to Muhammad, he asked him for more modes of recitation so that people in different regions or whatever could, you know, recite it easily. And so this is how they explain, you know, to the masses, oh, this is how we got the 7 ahruf and the 10 qira'at. But the truth of the matter is that's not how we got it. And that's what Yasser Qadi is trying to explain. He's saying that, yeah, this is what we tell people, but he's saying that's not true. And when people dive into it, they're going to realize that that's not true. There's a website on the internet. It's all in Arabic, though. And you can go in there and you can see all of the different qira'at.
You're talking about Islam Web.net?
I'm not sure if that's one, but it's all in Arabic. The whole website.
It's all in Arabic, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And you can go in there and you can compare, and you can see that these are more than likely, in some cases, scribal errors.
Yes.
Right. These were scribal errors that were never fixed. And so when they were making copies of the Quran and sending it out into different areas, this is how the people learned it. Right? It was never changed. So you have, for example, in North Africa, like Morocco, Libya, they'll use the Warsh qira'at is popular in North Africa, and places like Saudi Arabia and other places like that. They use the Hafs. They use the Hafs. Hafs is the most popular qira'at in the world, but you do have some places that use the Warsh, and another one called Qalun, and there's a few other ones that are a little less popular, right? But some of these differences in the qira'at actually do change the meanings of the word. It's not just different pronunciation. Some of it does actually change the meaning. It can affect actual theology as well as laws. Like, for example, Surah Al-Baqarah, it talks about
collapse it.
What to do if you end up breaking your fast, or not fasting in Ramadan. According to the Hafs qira'at, you have to feed one poor person, a miskin, right? But that's according to the Hafs qira'at. Now, if you go to the Warsh, it says masakin, right?
Yeah, yes. Even in that right there, like even in Al-Fatiha, the Warsh, right? To the difference between Malik and Malik, right? We refer to a Maliki Deen. There's a difference between those two. One is, is king. One is ruler. One is owner. So depending on, we are 100% with everything that you're saying.
Gamliel, really quick. Gamliel, really quick. Moreh, my question for you is, how accurate? I can't challenge what Morpheus is saying, nor am I trying to. I'm just interviewing him on the podcast. But since you're here, I think this allows for a very balanced view because there's another person that can weigh in. How accurate is Morpheus's claim that the second surah was actually named Bani Israel?
The Surah 17, the original name was Bani Israel.
Yeah, very accurate.
Yes.
And what's your opinion?
It still means that. I mean, Al-Isra means the Israelite. I mean, it still means that.
As to why there's a transition or change?
I think it's like what he probably hinted at, that they wanted to, take the focus away from the children of Israel.
Yes.
So a large chunk of that chapter is about the children of Israel. Another, part of it is about this night journey.
Yeah.
But that's just like a small chunk of that surah. It's just
because when you study this stuff, when you study Islam at its core, and you start studying Hebrew at its core, Islam is going to lead you back to Hebrewism, and they want to stop that. It is almost the reason why you can understand that old Islam in its infancy, how in Moorish Spain, how the Jews and the Muslims could coexist and build one of the most brilliant societies that this world has ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Because those were the type of people who understood that. And that regime had got toppled by this new Turkish regime.
Talking about that night journey and the large portion.
It's a very small chunk, but I agree with I agree with everything this brother's saying. It's like we're not talking different languages right now. You know what I'm saying? So I agree 100%. That's all I'm pointing out. these things is like what was in academia that I noticed maybe in 1999.
So Morpheus, just so you know, Gamliel is currently having a similar experience as you are in realizing certain things about Islam via its theology. I just want to reacclimate you with that fact.
Yeah. My brother. So you said his brother's Muslim for how long? كما أتيت إلى الإسلام. هل تتكلم اللغة العربية؟ هل تتكلم اللغة العربية؟
شوية. أتكلم اللغة العربية شوية.
اوكي.
نعم هو يتكلم بالعربية. Yeah, he speaks Arabic. He speaks it very well, very well. Morpheus asked him, did he speak Arabic? Because I guess he was talking to him, and I guess the brother didn't hear him or whatnot. But yeah, he speaks it. He speaks it very well, very well. You speak it too. But yeah, that brother right there speaks it very, very well.
Yes, there's a good brother right here. You got on your team, man, or whatever.
Morpheus, he's a beast, man. Let me tell you, he's a beast because he came in already knowing Hebrew. He's here to just kind of refine it a bit, but I think he's kick ass in Hebrew. He's really tough. And
he sounds like a very intelligent brother. But
I think that brother. I think that not only I think he came over there to be a helping hand to you too. You know what I'm saying, Zion? Because one thing I learned about Arabic when I studied Arabic, it was Arabic that made my Hebrew better, much better, because of the fact that I don't have people that I could practice Hebrew with. I live in Detroit, Michigan, which probably have the biggest Arabic community outside of the Middle East. So all of the stores and all of that stuff like that, and some of the restaurants and grocery stores and stuff like that is owned by Arabic-speaking people. So I am always able to practice my Arabic with these people. You know, I could go in the store just like the brother and conduct whole conversations with these people, conduct my business in the language and everything. I'm not as good as neither one of those guys. I see strengths that both of those guys have that I don't have. You know what I'm saying? And I'm quite sure that they would see, you know, my level as well. And it's not a joke. It's really good, but it's not, you know, up to those guys' level. Yeah, but when you begin to start studying Hebrew, it's going to lead you all the way back down to that path of you start studying Arabic, it's going to lead you back down that path. And I think that this brother comes to help Zion. You know what I'm saying? And take Zion, help Zion push what he is doing, you know, further. I don't think that he's there to take over. I think that with his proficiency, like when I became proficient, it was my proficiency or efficiency, should I say, in Arabic that made my Hebrew much better, because I took that same practice that I had with Arabic and applied it to Hebrew, and it made me a much better Hebrew speaker.
I'm just sharing my journey, right? And saying like, well, these are things that I discovered, you know what I mean? Like in '99, that had me started, you know, looking deeper in questions. So then when I start seeing all of these, like Dr. Yasir Qadhi, who I'm showing, and other sheikhs I can show you, who share the same, ideas or what they discovered. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not bugging out. I ain't, you know what I mean? I'm not making.
Yeah, you could be. I mean, you're kicking a very high science, the highest science that organized. Actually, you've graduated beyond organized religion. But what I'm here to tell you is that up under Malachi York's tutelage, let me take that back, because by the time he turned into that guy, I think he was starting to go crazy. But up under Imam Isa tutelage, already y'all was light years intellectually ahead of the average Muslim. Imam Isa taught about Moorish history and all of the sheikhs and Almoravids and he talked about all of that stuff. The average Sunni don't know nothing about that stuff. And they respect Africans and all of that stuff, but they don't even know that the people in Africa have different forms of Arabic. They think Egypt and that's about it, But everybody in Africa have a different form of Arabic. They have been speaking Arabic so long that they have their own dialect that is different from classical. A lot of it is Hebrew influenced.
And stuff, you know what I mean? But it's some issues that's very difficult. It's very difficult to deal with,
This is in this. Go ahead, Gamliel, jump in.
Yeah, Yasser Kali also got into hot water when he talked about the science of hadith as well.
Oh, boy, did he get into? He got into some serious hot water. Yeah. So what he did was actually he stepped down in academia because he couldn't balance, what he's learning in academia, as he says out of his own mouth. If you finish watching the video, he had to step down because he can't balance what he's learning, his practices as a Muslim in the masjid and so forth in academia, because there's problem academic that the tradition, so he's having problems right there. You know what I mean?
And what those problems were is that you're going to be led right back into Hebrewism, and that's the Malachi York, Imam Isa, as I affectionately called him. Imam Isa was fluent in Hebrew, very good in Hebrew. He was probably just as good as in Hebrew as he was in Arabic. That man was good. So, once you go down the Hebrew path, then you begin to start reconciling all of these unanswered questions, as well as the Christianity. There's unanswered questions in Christianity. But once you get the Hebrew path, all of that stuff, that's where all your answers exist.
Yeah.
But it happens, and it depends. Like, it's almost like that. That Pandora box. Once you open that Pandora box, you know what I mean?
And what he showed is that there's a lot of things that they talk about that, behind the scenes among themselves, the scholars talk among themselves about certain things that they don't want to talk about in front of the lay people, right?
Example, Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman is a Christian scholar. And he'll tell you that he learned that the Bibles that we have today ain't even real, pretty much, ain't even accurate. They so mistranslated and have so many errors in it that it shouldn't even be relied upon. Bart Ehrman has studied Jesus on an academic level, and most of your biblical scholars, they study so to the point to where when they finish, studying, they're no longer believers anymore. They become atheists. So Doc wasn't experiencing nothing new. The difference was that he just didn't know that. He just didn't understand that. You know what I'm saying? If he was out today, and he would know that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he wasn't going through nothing new. It's just that it wasn't that many people out here in the world walking around here with the kind of knowledge and intellect that man had. I mean, man, that man was, unbelievable, especially when he was with the Islamic Hebrew. When he had that thing going on, man, I'm here to tell you, the only guy out here that I think that probably was better than him was Ben Ami Ben Israel. Ben Ami Ben Israel, that was another one. Oh my goodness. You know what I'm saying? But I would say that Imam Isa was more startling. But Ben Ami was more concrete. He was more real. He was more the truth.
Such as what you brought up, the Qira'at.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you that. if let's say the population statistically, last I saw, of the Muslim world, right, was like 2 billion, something like that, right? Out of that 2 billion, how many would you say know these, you know what I mean, these these hard things that we're talking about, right? A very small portion, correct?
Very small. Mostly it's just gonna be, you know, scholars and people who are diehard, because most Muslims, they're just like you mentioned, they're just practitioners, right?
Yeah.
Either they're raised up in the religion and they're just doing what they learned from their family members, or maybe they converted and they don't know the language, they haven't read like books of fiqh and Aqidah and things like this. They're just kind of like learning the basic things, like how do I pray, how do I fast, and they're just going about their, you know, I would say especially.
Yeah, they're going to read what the English say. They're going to take it as David understood the Psalms, you know, and if they got bold, you know, I mean, Islam have answers, man, you know, to get around all of that stuff. I've heard them. I've heard those. I've heard it good. Those type of things get answered by Muslims, you know. That young Muslims come up like asking these questions that's confused, and they got answers.
When it comes to like African Americans or Black people who convert to Islam, most of them are in that category. Very few go on to like learn Arabic and.
Yeah. So when you and I are talking, we like we going deep down the rabbit hole, right? We want to know the truth.
Yeah. I mean, when I was young, and I decided I wanted to learn Arabic, the community that I was a part of actually tried to discourage me from doing so, because they felt like, oh, well, you're gonna come back and you're gonna think you're better than us because, you know, and then plus, the person who I wanted.
I've been through the same thing, and I'm quite sure Zion Lex has been through the same thing as well.
To study it with, his name's Hamza Yusuf. You know, back then he had a school. He has a big university now, but he had a small school where he was teaching Arabic grammar on the weekends. And when I talked to the imam, I said, yeah, I want to go take these studies. Like, all right, but you know, don't bring back anything else from him. Like they didn't like him, and they didn't like other things that he taught. But yeah, most people, they kind of get, you know, it's just kind of the same thing we see in the Israelite community today.
Yes.
You know, people say, oh, you think, you know, they'll try to persuade you, oh, nobody knows real Hebrew. Hebrew is dead. We gotta wait till God is us. Or they'll try to make you feel like, oh, well, you think you're better because you learned the language or whatever.
Or that you went through that same
environment. It's not like that at all. What we try to do, because we sincere in our journey and quest for knowledge and growth. We sincere.
Yeah, you're right. But I got a brother, you know, that swear up and down that he don't need to know Hebrew, and don't nobody need to know Hebrew. Pretty much that I'm wasting my time Hebrew, because the text has already been translated, and the translation is what we need. All we need to do is master those translations. I told that brother, every English translation that you ever can show me, I can show you an error in that translation, brother. Which means that you can become the best English translation understanding person in the world. Your understanding is flawed because all of your translations have errors and flaws in them. So you are the best, highest flawed understanding man in the world. I think that was Tim Learsey, the guy from DOA Hit Squad, Old Testament Israelite, teaching that it's not necessary, or pretty much gaslighting me to make me feel that it's a waste of time to learn Hebrew, and that my Hebrew is trash, and just all this crazy shit, man.
We didn't jump in this, man, playing games with it. You know what I mean? At least I know I didn't, and I don't think you did at all. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree. It's just issues like these that I'm pointing out that I'm showing, because I can show stuff that made me say like, yo, I got to back up for a minute, because I got some serious things that I got to try to reconcile, and a lot of stuff I just couldn't reconcile. To be honest with you, on my personal side, you know.
Well, Islam won't allow
and I don't know if you noticed this too. Tell me if you notice this. So you already said like only like 25% of Muslims in the world today actually speak Arabic, right? And I agree with that. But then within that 25% of Muslims who speak Arabic, I would say an even smaller percentage actually knows the classical Arabic.
Yeah, good, because when I learned Arabic, I was learning Arabic Fusha, which is classical Fusha,
It's the Arabic
but then
of the Quran.
over in Sudan, I started seeing other. Okay, because Arabic existed before Islam, right? This is my thought process. Follow me for a second. The language and the people existed before Muhammad, right? Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, right? It existed before that. So I started digging back into the history, and I got a lot of books, right? Historical books written by Arab scholars. The history prior to, well, in other words, if you make Ya Muhammad the beginning point, you're already in trouble. If that's your starting point, you know what I mean? It's maybe your starting point to Islam, but it's not the starting point to the Arabic language and the people. Would you agree?
Yeah. I mean, we even have like you probably know about like Lisan al-Arab, the dictionary that actually looks at old Arabic poetry to try to figure out what the original meaning of words were.
Yeah.
Right.
So
right. You can still find the first actual Quran, which was written by an African. You can actually find the first Arabic dictionary. You know what I'm saying? But see, when you there's some things you got to know about the Arabic language. The Arabic language wasn't called Arabic until Islam, right? Because it was really not the original Arabic language. Now, what I'm saying is that the language that Arabic is, existed before Islam, but it was not called Arabic. I don't know what it was called. I forgot what it was called, and it had another script too as well. And it was an Arabic language, meaning it was one Arabic. In that particular region before Islam, you had a whole bunch of pocket languages that were all Semitic, but they were pocket languages, different languages spoken by different tribes, different people. And some of these languages were so different, totally different languages, but yet and still it was a Semitic language. Okay. All of those languages were considered Arabic languages. You dig what I'm saying? So you had many loose languages running around. The language itself that the Prophet Muhammad had became Arabic, okay, and it became the standardized Arabic. And being that Islam, the nature of Islam, the conquering nature and the fighting and warring, dominating nature of Islam became the dominant religion in the land, meaning that it became the lingua franca of almost all of the Middle East. And when that happened, all of those other tribes and stuff stopped speaking those other languages, and most of the original people of the land that didn't accept Islam was pretty much just blotted out of the land. In fact, I'll say this about Arabia. The original inhabitants of Arabia got pushed out by Islam. Okay, and the original language of Arabia was not Arabic of the Prophet Muhammad. The Arabic that is spoken by in Arabia today came there when Islam dominated and pushed the Christians out. I think it might have been around when I forget what time it was, about in the 9th century maybe. But they pushed the Christians out. Okay, and these Christians, they pushed these Christians out, and these Christians ran down through Arabia all the way down through Yemen and crossed over into the hills and mountains of Ethiopia for survival because they were Christian. And at that time, Ethiopia was already a Christian country. You understand? So these Christians were the language, they were originally Arabs who lived in the land of Arabia who converted to Christianity because Arabia was a Christian country prior to Islam. And the language that was spoken there was Amharic and Himyaric, you know, like kind of like the Tigrian language of Ethiopia is the language that gave birth to the Tigrian language. So what I'm stating is that the original Arabs are the Ethiopians that you see in Ethiopia today. They were the original inhabitants of the land of Arabia prior to Islam coming to wipe these people out. Noticing that what I'm saying is the original Arabs were black. And it's no coincidence that the Jews that live amongst them, that lived in Arabia amongst them, came flooding down into Ethiopia with them. And some of the Jews had been in Ethiopia prior, right? These Jews and Arabs were black people claiming to be original Jews and Arabs. And over time, through Christianity, these people did not lose their history. They know that they originally came from Arabia. And then you can study the history of the Himyaric language, and it'll tell you everything that I'm stating. Himyaric gave birth to Amharic. Amharic gave birth to Tigrian.
It goes, when you do a deep dive, it goes into like, I used to get in arguments with people, right, about stuff about the Quran and between the Quran and the Injil and the Torah, and they would say, well, the Torah is tampered with, right? They're tampered with. And I would ask them, the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة ومما رزقناهم ينفقون. Correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So then, what is Allah Subhanahu wa Taala talking about? If it's tampered with, why he's saying that this Quran is a guidance to those who believe in what came before it? Right. Which
means that مصدقا لما بين يديه, which means it's confirming what came before it, which in order for it has to agree with it, right?
Yes. But it points you to it. It points you to it by saying that this is a guidance to those who believe in what came before it. So what it said, if you don't believe in what came before it, this can't be a guidance to you.
Right,
yeah. That's right.
These are things that people, tug of war with, like,
Since you guys are given a highly scholarly input on this particular topic,
oh yeah,
I'd be remiss to lose out on such a powerful moment by not asking you guys collectively this one question: theologians or scholars that the Bible is tampered with, and that they say that the lying pen of the scribes, and they use the Quran in some way to reinforce. Is that based on the Quran?
Not 568. It says, "Qul ya ahlul kitab, lastum ala shay hatta tuqimu at-tawrata wal injila wa ma unzila ilaykum min rabbikum." Right? The prophet is commanded to say to the people of the book, "You stand upon nothing, lastum ala shay hatta tuqimu," until you establish or uphold Torah, the Torah, wal Injil, the gospel, wa ma unzila ilaykum min rabbikum, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord. The Quran is telling you're not doing anything until you do that. Why would God tell us to uphold these books if they're full of lies and if they're corrupted? That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all. Exactly.
Morpheus, you're in agreement? What's your thoughts, Morpheus?
Brother Tazadaki, peace to you, brother. I got the screen on big, so when I got the screen on big, I can't really see who and what's going on in the chat, you know, and I'm so used to so few people coming over here. I just record this for archive purposes and to share it to the people who not here.
I told you, me and this brother agree. We agree, man. We agree. You know.
Okay. So let me ask you guys this, because I don't want to beat the Quran up in this moment. I want to learn what it is that the Quran teaches, so that we can have a powerful conversation. So the next question I'm going to ask you guys collectively is close but a little distinct. And this question is the Quran beneficial for the training in morale and righteousness?
I think morale and righteousness is subjective.
I agree. I agree. My apologies.
Yeah. So that's kind of you know,
I agree.
That's my position. That's my position anyway.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. I do agree with that point, though.
Kind of, sort of, and no. I think that all of the books can make can build moral character. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think all of them can be instrumental in that. You know, very much so. I think that you can get brainwashed in being of high morals, though. I think you can miss the point of religion and everything, but that has nothing to do with moral character. I think that that religion is here to lift up morale, and I think if it's properly followed, I think it will boost the morale of any nation.
Yeah, it's subjective. So, you know.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm sorry, big bro. Okay.
So, if our standard of morale and righteousness is the Torah, then I would say that the Quran comes, pretty close in a lot of ways, right? I mean, it teaches dietary laws. It teaches, justice.
Yeah.
It teaches, worshiping one God, right? It teaches, charity. It teaches,
don't kill.
Basically a lot of the same things, not the full scope of what we find in the Torah. Obviously, like the Torah it has a lot more in all of those different areas. But I would say that, let's say for me, as someone who grew up as a Muslim, when I adopted the Torah, it wasn't like I was going from Christianity to the Torah, where I went from not having any laws or things that I follow to like suddenly I have these laws and things. For me, it's like, oh, now I can't eat shrimp and crab, but I was already not eating pork already, right? I was already not eating blood, right? I was already taught a lot of the same things that are in the Torah. It's just I had to learn some additional things that the Torah had that the Quran didn't have. So I would say, for someone like me, it actually kind of prepared me for the Torah.
And the language is a lot. Right?
You said it prepared you for the Torah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what you think about this, right? But tell me what you think about this, right? What's your thought process? Like, you said like in this we have monotheism, right?
Uh-huh.
What is, when you hear the word tawheed, what does that mean?
I mean, oneness.
Okay.
So he's basically,
Well, would you agree or disagree? From the Arabic lexicon, tawheed actually means unification, to unify.
I would say and I had to interject because I heard this the other day, and I wanted to say something about that. That I didn't hear neither one of the brothers talk about. Tawheed. He wanted to know what was Tawheed to him. Because Islam teaches that Tawheed is oneness, right? But in Morpheus I'm willing to think that inside of Morpheus' academic journey, he learned that Tawheed had another understanding, it to mean unity, right? But you got to go back to the Hebrew. You just have to, because the word Tawheed, if you it has a word that's pretty much cognitive to Tawheed in Hebrew, and that word is ahad, right? Ahad in Hebrew means one. The number one, it means oneness. It also means unity, right? And Tawheed and ahad is actually the same word, right? All you had to do was put the tet and the y in front of it, and to change the vowels, and you will have the same word. You will have a tau wa echad, tau wa echad. You dig what I'm saying? And unity. You know, wa echad, tau wa echad. Tau wa echad becomes tawweed. You understand? Which is oneness and in unity. And I want to state that it's important to understand that, because if you can, it gives a new light and a new understanding to the Shema, something that this whole show is about. People don't want to learn these languages because they want to be stuck right where they at, and they don't want to bring no new light. You know what I'm saying? And no new power. And no, to this stuff. They want this stuff to stay up under the old regime and under the old power. But when you understand that the ahad, right, or a tawheed, or a tawahad, right, when you understand that these words mean one, unity, oneness, like that, then you can understand the Shema when it says Shema Yisrael Yahuwah Eloheinu Yahuwah Ahad. You're saying, hear Israel, Yahweh, the Lord Yahweh is one. It's telling you to hear and to understand, Israel, that the Lord, your power, is united. You know what I'm saying? There's a unity between who? That God and Israel. There's a microcosm and a macrocosm there going on there. And this is why you can go back to the Psalms and you'll see things like ye are Elohim, because ye are sons of El Elyon. You were the Elohim. Okay? I thought God was the Elohim. See, that's because Christianity taught them that. When you say like I say, for instance, with Tazariak, he has a problem with the scripture where it says, my Lord said to my Lord, sit on my right hand. But he missed the whole part before that, where it said that this is a psalm unto David. You know what I'm saying? Masmur la Dawood. You know what I'm saying? This is a song to David. It's written right before the verse. And but he don't know Hebrew, so he wouldn't know that. Just tell him this is who this is written for. And it tells you right there that it'll tell you that Yahweh said to Adonai. It don't say my Lord said to my Lord. It don't say Elohim said to my Elohim. It don't say Yahweh said to my Yahweh. It don't say Adonai said to my Adonai. It says that Yahweh said to Adonai. And Adonai, and most of the scripture is not even half. The majority of the time the word Adonai is used, it is used for a powerful man in the scripture. And it is used for the power of the Most High as well. Just like Elohim is for the Most High as well. All of these terms are Hebrew terms that can be relevated to men. You understand? The men had to carry these terms as well. You don't believe me? You can see Sarah when she called Abraham Adonai, because Abraham was one of the most powerful men in the whole region.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that as well. It means to unify, but it comes from, but that's the infinitive verb form of wahada. So wahada would mean to make something one,
Yeah,
right?
right,
So I
that
guess
would be right, because wahid is one in number, like as far as number is
Right,
concerned,
that's
that would be
wahid.
one, right? But tawheed
Al-Wahid
means to unify, unification.
unity.
Actually, right now in Saudi Arabia, I think it's
There's
called
also
they
one
have a
too,
group
though.
there called Tawheed al-Arabia, the unification of Arabia, right? So that word tawheed means to unify, unification. So I
Between
started
man
to
and
ask
God.
myself, well, if Allah is one, then what's being unified?
He's being unified.
You feel me?
with his
Like what's
manly
being unified?
creation.
Because in order to
But
unify
Islam don't
something,
teach that.
you have to have more than one thing to unify.
On that topic, on that point, Mr. Morpheus and Moreh Gamliel, a lot of people who have no experience with the Quran, but have a little bit of hearsay for what the Quran has to teach. The thing that perplexes us, I'm going to put myself in that perspective too, is when the Quran speaks in the we. Could you guys explain the we of the Quran as a personification of the deity?
Yeah. So the way that this is explained is that you do see the term we and us used quite a bit in the Quran, but never in the sense that there's multiple gods. It more aligns with agency. So, for example,
Pretty much like a divine plural. Yeah, like a majestic plural.
You'll never find a passage in the Quran where it says worship us, right? But you will find something that says we destroyed them, like talking about a nation that got
Right.
destroyed.
Or we gave to you. We gave you the Injil. We gave you the Torah. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but see, my only issue with that, I agree with you, right? That's if you're in Islamic theology. That's why I'm bringing up the language before Islam. These words have different meanings. They're
Right.
taking on different meanings, right? Prior or pre or proto-Islam.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. Almost so to the point to where it was a totally different language. You know, Islam solidified the new meanings to where they are. Because the days of the week is not even the days of the week. And Saturday wasn't even, like, Saturday is considered a Sabbath. But a Sabbath, in Arabic. But that was only so due to the Prophet Muhammad bringing Islam, drawing from the Old Testament. Remember, I told you they draw a lot from the Old Testament. Prior to Islam, Saturday wasn't called Saturday. It was called something totally unrelated to that.
Right? That now have different meanings in Islam. Like I gave examples, the word Tawheed.
Eve
This what happened.
Understanding is what you said, oneness, right? Be one. But in the actual Arabic language, it means to unify.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah. So it depends on, I guess, the morphology and what part of you.
I don't think that Morpheus is aware that same cognate word incarnate works the same way in Hebrew, but the Hebrew language allows an understanding for it. It's the same word, but it doesn't morph. You can tell what they're talking about by the context of the sentence. Just like in English, we have words that don't change and don't morph. They mean totally different stuff, but we could tell by the context of the sentence. One word, for instance, is rest. The Sabbath is the day of rest, R-E-S-T. But I got $3 on this table. I'm going to take one and I'm going to keep the rest. You see, those are different words. I mean, they're the same words, but they're different meanings, totally different understanding. And the only way you could tell the difference is by the context of the sentence. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say, I'm going to take one and save the lay down. the rest and mean to lay down or to take a break. That wouldn't make sense. But when you familiar with the language, it works. Things flow just the same, and it does like that in Arabic.
Yeah, talking about like ahad, that word, Allahu ahad, say he Allah is one. Now I know in Arabic, wahid is one. So if he wanted to say or make a statement and say Allah is one, it would have said Ul Allahu wahid, not Ul Allahu ahad, because the word ahad means one of. It's used 70 times in the Quran. And every time you see that word ahad, it means one of.
Yeah, like ahad minhum, one of them.
Ahadun.
Yeah, ahad is the same word from the Hebrew ahad. It's the same word. And ahad, like I was telling you, is the root of tawhid. Wahid actually in ehad is the same word. Wahid, ehad, put the y in front of the ahad, and you'll get ehad. Ehad and wahid is the same word, right? Ehad, wahid, same word. Now, what I didn't know is that Arabic had the word ehad. Why I should have, because the y is and, right? And one, like wahid, right? One, and it's probably how Arabic probably put the y in front of there, because wahid generally mean one. Maybe ehad is unity, because Arabic works like that. It doesn't work 100% the way the Hebrew does. And that's the reason why it has to be respected as a totally different language. But wahid and ehad is the same thing. Ehad. The root word is ehad. Or ahad. As some like to say it. Ahad. They like to put that in it. Don't be putting no hocking on my bread, man, Eddie Murphy.
He's doing right, but every time you see it, so it's some things that I myself wrestle with as far as language, because I'm looking at linguistically, prior Islam, you know what I mean, and Islam. So we have some things happening here, and what words or what I mean, meaning, and it depends almost like where you're speaking from. It's like it's not wrong and it's not right, but it depends on where you're speaking from.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of native Arabic speaking people who read certain things in the Quran and say, that don't mean that. That don't mean that. But within the theology of Islam, it means that. You follow me? But within the
that's why when I learned Arabic, I didn't learn Arabic as a Muslim. I learned it as a non-Muslim in college, and a lot of words. That's why I was telling the brother that like when he was talking about tawhid, and I was trying to tell him the things that I'm telling y'all, because these words in everyday language doesn't mean the same as it does in the religious world, and it's like that in Christianity as well. I mean, in a Pentecostal church, to tarry for the Holy Ghost means something totally different in the real world for what to tarry means. If they tell you, if you go in the Pentecostal church, you say, oh, that person over there tarrying. That person, it'd be a person on his knees praying, and he just praying like he'll never get up. You know what I'm saying? Misunderstanding that the idea of tarry means simply to wait. He's waiting, but he don't understand that's what he's doing. He's just tarrying to him for the Holy Ghost. I guess he don't understand that he's there waiting for the Holy Ghost to endow him, per se. So it's like that all across the board in all religions.
Language itself, it don't mean that. So it's
I agree with you. I agree with you, yeah.
So it's like Yeah. So I used to be stuck with, well, how do you reconcile that? You know what I mean?
Well, this is how they reconcile it. This is how you reconcile
but I agree.
This is how you reconcile it. Organized religion is for the herd. and for the people that have the herd mind. It's like organized religion is an introduction into spirituality, right? And it is up for us to take those elements and embellish ourselves after that. And you may come to the point to where you're going to have disagreements with your elders, your people. I started out this blacklist not in Hebrew, but in Pan-African stuff, right? And Malik Shabazz, you know, when I first came to Hebrew, I was running with the Pan-Africans. I was running with Malik Shabazz here in Detroit. I posted something today and Malik Shabazz got upset. But I had to tell him, man, Malik, man, I love you, man, and I respect you highly, but I don't seek your validation in anything that I do, brother. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I used to run with you and I used to sit under you humbly and this and that. But today, man, you talking 30, 40 years later, I'm a grown man. I'm a very well-established man. I know whether I'm right and whether I'm wrong. You know, you may feel a certain way and you may go about handling things a different way than me. I don't handle things that way, you know, and I'm very non-forgiving. You know, I'm not about no games. You know, I didn't ran with you before, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think that I outgrew my elders. You know what I'm saying? That particular school, I graduated from that school, and I don't take nothing away from that school. You know, I learned my ABCs in elementary school. I'm never going to take that away from them. That's going to follow me the rest of my life. I went to Malik Shabazz's school. You know, the Black Panthers and the new Marcus Garvey movement, man. But it's time for me to outgrow that school, man. You know, so I have no problem today with organized religion, but that is for them. You know, the Most High has something different for you. You know, that doesn't mean that God ain't real and all of this stuff. It's just that you have outgrown that, and it's time for you to seek something else. And I guarantee you that you won't outgrow up under the right teachers like myself and Zion Lex. I guarantee you won't outgrow Hebrewism. I guarantee you your life won't be like that of Malachi York, that when he die or he go to jail, that your leader in your life is in shambles now because you don't have nowhere to go. What must be understood is that there was a lot of falsehood and fabrication coming up out of Malachi York's teaching, and I think I said that earlier. You know what I'm saying? And those were the things that I focused on. I didn't focus on the truth that he told, because he told a lot of that. He also mixed in a lot of fabrication. You know, I'm here to tell you that if I die and don't ever teach Hebrew again, if Brother Gamaliel die and never teach Hebrew again, if Brother Zion Lex die and never teach Hebrew again, or have some misfortune where we're non-existent, what I'm saying that the people that we're taught is going to pick up the mantle and keep going. You know what I'm saying? Because there is no outgrowing Hebrewism. Now, what can happen is that your leader can do some fake, false, phony stuff and disappoint you and damage you spiritually. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a strong man, God is real, and can't no man take that away from you.
Man, I agree with 99% of everything you said.
I mean, I think you know, our journeys are very.
Let me take that back. I ain't gonna say God is real. I'll say Yahweh, he exists. That's what I'll say, and I'll say that and can prove it with a fact. I don't believe in the statement God is real. I don't even believe in what you call God. I will say Yahweh is real. Yahweh, he exists, and he is existence. That's what I would say. And once you understand that, you can't outgrow the existence, my brother. You can't outgrow the being itself, the existence itself. You just can't.
Similar, you know, I was listening. I mean, I didn't, you know, grow up like with like Nuwabians. I was Sunni, and then I was Sunni for like the first 8 years, and then I became Shia. And I went to Iran. And I spent many years as a Shia. So I have a good understanding of both Sunni and Shia Islam.
Yeah.
But and I studied the language. So yeah, I think you were correct. Like once you get past the translation and you go into the Arabic, you start to see. Wait a minute, the Arabic is not saying what the translation is saying.
Yeah. And you know what, bro? And I used to question that, right? And I used to say, why are they doing this? But guess what I found out? I found out that people like Yusuf Ali and them
didn't even know Arabic.
Right, they were Persians.
Right.
Yeah, Yusuf Ali.
Right. What they were translating the Quran in such a way to dupe the people into being who and what they are now, and taking them away from the original understanding that you was talking about. You know what I'm saying? That stuff, they want to make sure that everybody who understood that stuff is dead and gone. And then when that happens, then they go ahead and take it up and erase it from history.
They didn't even know Arabic.
They didn't know Arabic. So I started saying the same thing you said. I said, hold on, wait a minute. We getting our translations from people who don't even know Arabic. And it's like, holy shit, excuse my language. Like, yo, what the, you know what I mean? Like, wow, this is interesting. Yeah. And I really had to like step back, man. I had to step back and say, okay, I got to really be careful, you know what I mean? And go through this thing with a fine tooth. Now, and it made me ask some hard questions. One of the questions, right, was after seeing all this here stuff, although after seeing translators lying, right, mistranslating stuff, I thought I said there got to be an agenda, right? Because if you know what I mean, if you know it doesn't mean that, why would you do that, right? So I started thinking about a lot of these people have, right, and then I started saying, hold up,
why? Have you ever heard somebody say, I can't tell you the truth? You can't handle the truth. Well, that's why the people do that, because the average person can't handle the truth, Morpheus. They can't. We've been duped and told lies for so long. Grandma been lied to, great grandma been lied to, great grandma been lied to, and it's all of us, all races. The religion of all, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, all of them are fake and phony in the forms that they have today. That's one of the things that I liked about Imam Isa. He said a statement one time that if a Jew is one who's of the tribe of Judah, then I am he. He said, if a Muslim is one who follows the Prophet Muhammad, then I am he. He said, if a Christian is one who follows Christianity, then I am he. But by the standards of organized religion that it stands today, I am none of those definitions. And when you live like that, you really understand that. Can't nothing tarnish your spirituality.
Hold up here. Is Islam really for the black man and woman? This is a question that I ask, right? But let me tell you why I asked that question. I'm sorry. I'm sharing something. I thought it was. Anyway, I'm sorry, brother. Let me take this down. Excuse me. Are you still there?
I know that when Islam first came on the scene, Black people played very important, pivotal roles in that religion. I'm not talking about Bilal, right? Bilal is black. I ain't talking about him. I'm talking about Black people. Black people have played a very, 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 very important in the origins and the creation of Al-Islam. Africa was very, very, very instrumental to Islam. Very instrumental to Islam. So what began to happen is that in the early days, Islam was very beneficial to black people. Remember how they joined Tariq and took back Spain from the Christians? You know what I'm saying? Which were European dominated. You know what I'm saying? And both the Muslims and and Tariq and the Africans, if you will, they were Muslims and they were black. They were dominated. They were called Moors. People looked at them people as Moors, man. You know what I'm saying? So, they call the people black folks, blackamoors, and all of that stuff. I think that when the Turks began to dominate and to rule over Islam, I think that when the Sunnis began to dominate Islam, I think most of this stuff, that when the Shias was powerful in Islam, in early Islam, especially in the Africa and stuff, I think Islam was more academic. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's when Islam had most of its most powerful intellectual discoveries and innovations. You know what I'm saying? But the Europeans came in, the Turks came in and dominated over these blacks. You know what I'm saying? And as they dominated over these black Muslims, and then the black people end up becoming their slaves. It was regardless to whether they were Muslim or not in the eyes of the Turks. You were not a part of our regime, so they had to, hey, I'm Sunni, a lot of those Shias jumped after the death of, I think, Fatima. I think they all jumped over and started becoming Sunnis.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Yeah, Sunni Islam was very instrumental in the dumbing down of the Muslim world.
Sorry,
Yes, I don't know why my microphone is not coming on. But Mr. Morpheus, what you wanted to share is on the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, it's on the screen. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. No, like that. Where I'm at. This right here. So I got like 3 screens up, so it's all for me.
Take your time. I think this is an incredible conversation, by the way. I'm a listener and I'm a learner.
All right, so this right here, for example, is one of the issues that I personally had, right? Let me take down this, because I got 2 screens up. Okay, cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so, I'm in Surah Ibrahim, chapter 14, verse Quran. I'm in 14, 4 of the Quran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you're with me, because I'm all over the place. Now, you see this verse right here about I don't know what I got showing.
It says, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِن رَسُولٍ إِلَّا بِلِسَانِ قَوْمِهِ لِيُبَيِّنَ لَهُمْ. Right. So watch this. So I started thinking, when it says here, why not outside of right? About we have not sent a messenger except speaking the language of his people, right? To state clearly for them or be clear to them. So this verse here is telling me, okay, I'm identifying, stop. We have not sent any messenger. Okay, cool. Who's the messenger? The messenger is like Nabi Muhammad, right? Okay, that's the messenger. Except speaking in the language of his people. Who's his people? Arabs. Okay, so we got messenger, who's an Arab, speaking the language of his people, which is Arabic, right? We have a book, Quran, which is clearly Arabic, in a Arabic region geographically, right? So that identifies to me who this is for. Because I'm saying to myself, well, who is this for? It's for the Arab people. It ain't got anything to do with me, with black man, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, because I'm going, what he's saying, I said to him.
I mean, truth be told, man, black people, just like Dr. Ben stated, black people created Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Africa created Christianity and Judaism and Islam. These are facts, right? As much as white people dominate Christianity, as much as white people have used Christianity as a tool to dominate the world, the Bible was constructed in North Africa by North Africans, man. And these are facts. You know, St. Augustine and all of them guys, man, the early founders of Christianity were black men. They were African. They were undeniably African. The Judaism, undeniably African. Islam, undeniably African. The Turks wasn't the original rulers. They are the rulers today. They are the later Johnny-come-lately rulers. You can study how they came to rule and why and what happens when rulers rule. These people were beefing with other Muslims, man. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't beefing with Christians and Islam to get to where they at. They would beef with other Muslims. Yeah, so that's pretty much, what I got to say about that.
Messenger to his people, speaking the language of his people, right? So then who am I to say now at this point, well, who's this for?
Well, let me go ahead and ask this question and then jump in, Moreh Gamliel. My question is,
you all could go and check out, sorry about that, Zion. Go check out the video, The Gothic Remake of God, on the video side of this channel. It would explain how all of these white people going back from the days of the Gutians all the way on up to the American white man, how they went all throughout Asia and Asia Minor and Africa and all around the world, man. Even India.
When I think of Islam, especially from the vantage point of the proponents of Islam, people who teach it and practice it, right? I hear them say almost unanimously that Islam is a universal so-called religion. And so I want you, if you can, Mr. Morpheus, to just give us context when you say that, when you actually examine the Quran itself, it makes it clear. I'm just paraphrasing what you're saying. It makes it clear that the message given to Muhammad was for his people and not necessarily for the entire world. And,
right.
from my point of view, I was always taught Islam is a universal religion that is meant for the entire world. So before you do that, Mr. Morpheus, Moreh Gamliel, weigh in, and then I want to hear what Mr. Morpheus has to say.
So, this is a good verse, but I can see some pushback against it, because the Quran never says that it was sent only for the Arabs. It says that it's sent for the Ummiyun, right? And the Ummiyun, one way that they translate that word is Gentiles. All right, and you'll commonly find
in Hebrew the word Ummi means nation, and usually it was referring to Gentile nations.
The word Ummi contrasted with Ahlul Kitab. So you have Ahlul Kitab, and one there's people of the book, the Israelites, and you have everybody else is in this Ummiyun camp, right? And so this is the clearest language that the Quran.
Yeah, that's kind of different from Hebrew. Hebrew, that was the Ummah. The Ummah nation was the nations of all nations were considered the Ummah up until the time of Israel. And then from the time of Israel was referred to as the Ummah after Israel, and then the Gentile became referred to as just the Goy. Prior to Israel, we don't have. I don't think that we have a usage for the word Goy prior to Israel. Prior to Israel, Ummah simply meant nation. So it's kind of the opposite. I think the outsiders were the Ummah. But I guess to Islam, and we're outside of Islam, we would be considered heathen and pagan to them. So we would be the Ummah.
Says that it came down for was the people who were not among the children of Israel, who did not have a scripture. Right? There's a clear verse that says, and we sent it down, lest you say that the book was only sent down to 2 groups before us, and we were unaware of their study. So it's specifically targeting the people who are not Ahlul Kitab, right? And there's several verses in the Quran where it says, that he was sent from among he sent from among the Ummiyun a messenger from among themselves. Rasulun minhum. Fil Ummiyun Rasulun minhum. Sent amongst a messenger among them from among themselves. Min anfusihim. I think there's at least 2 verses that have that type of wording, right? So the Ummi could be the Arab. It could be a guy in Persia. It could be an Indian person. All of these people who are not part of the Ahlul Kitab would be considered Ummiyun.
Okay. All right. If the argument that one could argue against that is one, when you're dealing with the Quran, you're talking over a 23-year period, correct? It's not just like one thing and blah 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 blah. Right? So if I'm to look at Surah Al-Tawbah, right, where we just clearly say that we have not sent to every people but a messenger of them speaking their language, right? What is the language? The language is Arabic, right? I mean, we know that, right? We know that that's the language. So then, what people speak Arabic?
Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, I mean, no, you're right, but with the Sudanese, are they considered Arab?
No, they're not actually.
Well, I think they consider themselves.
But then again, it depends on who you talk to. I mean, yeah, let's say that.
Yeah,
right?
if you're in northern Sudan, they consider themselves Arabs. They consider themselves part of the Arab world. If you're in the south, like these are more Nubian type people, they don't consider themselves Arabs.
Right. And I was involved with the Nubian side. I can only speak for my experience being with the Nubian side of Sudan. Being in Omdurman, in Khartoum, and no, they don't consider themselves Arabs at all.
Yeah.
That's why I said. That's why I said. I guess it depends who you're talking to. You know what I mean?
Right. So Arab. Okay. So there's a common misconception that Arab is like a race or something like that. Right.
It's a wanderer, like a wanderer.
Well, it originally meant somebody from Arabia, and the word Arab means mixed. Right.
Yeah, but they were really like nomads, basically.
Yeah, but nomads, but they were mixed. You have to understand that in the ancient world, the Israelites brought something that none of the ancients had brought, right? The Israelites brought laws about mixing and how they were not supposed to mix with other people. I have not seen that in the Code of Hammurabi. I have not seen that nowhere in none of the hieroglyphics in Egypt. People were mixing amongst each other. The only God that stopped people from mixing amongst each other, that had a problem with people mixing with his people, were the Israelites. That being stated, wandering people and even people that were stationary were mixed people. But you had people that were Oh, you've always had people that were what they call a homogeneous, who just stayed within their same genetic group. You know what I'm saying? You've always had that, But the people who were and Israel was a homogeneous people. Other people who were homogeneous did not need laws to become homogeneous, and they just happened to be that. Maybe because it may have been isolation, or maybe that they were the dominant people in the land for a long period of time. Like, say, for instance, the Chinese. You know what I'm saying? In certain African tribes, right? Uh, but yeah.
Well, some of them were, right, but the point is, if you lived in Arabia,
everybody else was mixed. I'm sorry, everybody else was mixed. What I mean by everybody else was mixed, like, say for instance, if you had a Cushite, right, mixing with an Egyptian, that people would be considered Arab because they were a mixed group of people. Where if you was Egyptian, you would be Egyptian. If you were Ethiopian, you would be Ethiopian. Or if an Israelite mixed with an Ishmaelite, that would be a mix. Or if a Phoenician mixed with other different groups of people, that's how you had these Arabic languages, because you had this continual gene pool that constantly just kept mixing with each other. And mind you, that there was not no real religious laws, for mixing. So there was no real reason not, to have sex with other people.
Whether you come from Ethiopian stock, whether you come from like some other Ishmaelite stock, you were considered an Arab, right? But all Arabs do not come from Ishmael, right?
Right.
Ishmaelites are Arabs, but not all Arabs are Ishmaelites. Right?
Yeah. What requires them to be Arabs is that these people mix with another group of people. You know what I'm saying? And when these people have these mixed genes, these people become called Arab people.
Isn't that interesting?
Arabia used to actually be dominated by Ethiopians, by Kushites for the longest time.
Yeah.
Right? So Arabs have never been like a distinct people in terms of like lineage. What bonded them together was language and culture. So if you spoke Arabic and you practice Arabic culture, you're considered Arab. It's like
you know what? That would be a real deep.
It's pretty much like that today. Sorry, Morpheus. It's pretty much like that today. I put it in the chats how I worked with Arabs. I worked at a place, a factory that was probably about 80% Arabs. And when they found out that I spoke the Arabic language, because I learned it in college, I really wasn't even that good. I knew all the rules, the grammar, and I had a pretty okay vocabulary base. You know what I'm saying? But it was through them that I've learned how to really speak it, because it was them where I put they put my knowledge that I've learned to fill the madrasa in the school to test. You know what I'm saying? So when they put that stuff to test, I started to get better and better and better. But when they saw how good I actually were in the language, some of them say because I was taught in school that I was taught the proper way. And they were saying, and many of them were intimidated and said that I spoke Arabic better than they did. But that being stated, they embraced me. I mean, when I first came there, they looked at me just like I was any other Negro. And and the respect for the Negroes was pretty low. You know what I'm saying? When I began to let them know that I spoke the language, man, them people would embrace me. They would come over. If I didn't have no lunch, somebody would come over and give me food, offer me, hey, you want something to eat, brother? Or, all types. Those were just good people, and I never took it, but they would always do it. They would embrace me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they found ways to pull me into their circle. And it was because I understood the language. Some blacks probably said that it was because I knew I could tell whether they was talking about me or not. They couldn't go into their language. But I'm here to tell you that they could, because I only spoke Fusha. I did not speak the national Arabic, because Lebanese Arabic is different from Yemen Arabic. The Arabic of Saudi Arabia is different from that of Iraq. You understand what I'm saying? And some of those dialects are so far apart, especially like Yemen and Lebanon. The dialects are so far apart that they need translators.
Conversation for us to identify, what an Arab actually is. I think that would be, that would be really good to go in depth into that, because, like you said, because most people, when they think of Arab, they think of, people from Saudi Arabia or blah, blah. So what are we talking about when we say Arab?
Because it's important to know that they're different, the Arabs, and there's different Arabic languages. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen a guy from Iraq talk to a guy from Yemen. And when they get finished talking, he would tell me, man, I didn't understand nothing that man was saying to me. I said nothing. He said, man, I understand you better than I understand him. He's like, but I didn't understand nothing he was saying. I was like, how could you sit there and just keep going back and forth with him? He was like, it's hard to explain, man, but I could. He said most of that stuff he was saying to me, I couldn't understand nothing. I was too busy trying to ask him what this mean and what this mean and what he was more telling him he didn't understand more than anything.
Is it an ethnic group? Is it, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point.
Like, you would probably say that the people of Iraq are Arabs, right? But a lot of the people in Iraq are Persians. They come from Persian stuff, right?
Right.
A lot of the Arabs in Saudi Arabia are Turkish.
Right.
That's correct. Yeah. So it's
they were the Turks that ran the black Arabs into Ethiopia that I was telling you about earlier.
Would you say?
Yeah. So they're Arabs because they speak Arabic and they have the culture. But a lot of the Arabs that you see in Arabia today are not the Arabs that were there 1,400 years ago. But those guys are mostly gone.
Yeah, they fled to Ethiopia. The Turks took those Christians because when Islam came, prior to Islam, Arabia was a Christian nation, and when Islam took over Arabia, they ran the blacks out, which was the original Arabs, and ran them into Ethiopia because the original Arabs had adopted Christianity, and prior to Christianity, they was probably into some paganism or something.
Well, my argument, right, what I was saying when I brought that verse up, right, because we know the region. And we know the people in that region, right? When I read about Allah sending a messenger speaking the language of his people, then I got to identify, well, who's his people, right? And then what is the language? Cool. What is the geographical region? So now we
need to be understood that all of those languages are classified as first Afro and then Asiatic. They're Afro-Asiatic languages. You know what I'm saying? So those languages have strong histories and possibly its origins in Africa. You notice that a Canaanite, one of the oldest of Afro-Asiatic languages from which the Semitic languages are related to, is the Canaanite language, the language of the Kanaani. And that language have his roots in Africa. Canaan is a Hamite.
What the region is, right? We know what the region is. We know what the people in that region is, right? And we know that whole thing, who Muhammad was. So I was asking a question, and I said, I don't think it's for African Americans based on what the Quran says, not what I say, because it identifies who he was sent to. What is the language of the people who were sent to? And what is that region? And I have to say, that's Arabia. You understand what I'm saying?
But then okay, there's a verse. It says Ya Bani Adam, what is it? O children of Adam, when my messengers come to you, reciting my verses to you,
I shouldn't have.
Whoever
Oh yeah, I had a drink.
whoever feared does righteous, no fear shall be upon him, and so on and so forth. Right. So it speaks about that message being taken out to the sons of Adam, to the children of Adam.
Okay, right.
So then that would mean from the Quranic standpoint, the Quran sees Arabia as the starting point, and then from there it would spread outward to the rest of the children of Adam. Now, as far as what you said about African Americans, I mean, that's kind of a anachronism because there was no African American back then, right? Back then, somebody who looked just like you or me could have been living. Matter of fact, a lot of the people of Arabia back then looked like me and you.
Those are some very heavy points.
Yeah. I didn't hear the last part. He cut off.
What I said was, just you said, it wasn't meant for the African Americans, and that's more of an anachronism because there was no such thing as an African American back then. But what I will say is that many of the people of Arabia back then looked like me and you, right? The second Khalifa, Umar ibn al-Khattab, he was from Ethiopian stock. He's the second Khalifa.
Right.
The descendants of Muhammad.
And why was he of Ethiopian stock? Because the people that are in Ethiopia today are the original Arabs. You got Hamite Ethiopians like the Omo and the Romo peoples, and then you got the Semitic people. Those are the Semitic people. When you see your Haile Selassies and the Tigrian and the Christian people, those people are really Semites. The Hamite people, you could tell by their religion that they still practice those Hamite religions and stuff like animalistic type religions.
Who are buried in Iran, Imam Reza and his sister Fatima Masuma, they were black. They were jet black, and these are descendants of the Prophet Muhammad.
Right.
So
and Fatima died in Africa, and many of Prophet Muhammad's family members died in Africa and were killed by the Sunni, the Turks.
He had family members that were black. He had descendants that were black.
Right.
Okay, so then let me ask you this then. Are you familiar with the Hadith? There is a Hadith, which is Sahih, actually. Remember I was asking about the website, islamweb.net, where it's all in Arabic, where they basically said, if you call Muhammad black, you'd be killed.
Well, that's what it was.
Here's the thing about the Hadith.
I mean, there was a time in America that you could have gotten that kind of backlash by saying that about Jesus. I mean, there's some people right now still that look at you crazy if you say Jesus is black.
The Hadith were compiled at the earliest 90 to 100 years after the death of the Prophet. 90 to 100 years
the Quran
after
too.
that, right? That's the earliest compilation of Hadith you're gonna find, and that's from that's Imam Malik's Muwatta. Right now, when you start going into like the Bukharis and stuff, now you're talking about 200 to 250 years.
I agree. I agree with you. You know what's so funny? I don't disagree with anything you're saying, right? But I think what happened with I guess a lot of times I'm speaking from the narrative. Remember what he was talking about with the narrative that the majority of Muslims believe, right? When you're more advanced and I'm more advanced, so we're speaking from a different another we're better than anybody. Don't get me wrong, but we're way down the rabbit hole. But the point I'm right. When the point I'm making is, like I said,
actually, it is that you're better than a whole lot of people, you know, because you're more intellectual than a whole lot of people. It doesn't mean that you're a better person than them. It means that your mind is sharper, definitely, for sure.
If it's 2-point-something billion, that means the majority of the world, the Muslim world, is following the narrative. They're not following what you and I are talking about. They're following the narrative, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this, and I don't agree with the New Testament, but there's a New Testament scripture that says that this Satan during these days, during the latter day, and today, according to the time it was written, certainly would be a much latter day. And even in our time, today is the latest day, right? Until tomorrow comes. So I'm talking about in the latter day, how what was that he just said? Let me take that back a second.
Agree. I agree with you. You know what's so funny? I don't. There's the hadith, which is Sahih, actually on. Remember, I was asking about the website islamweb.net. We saw in Arabic, where they basically said, if you call Muhammad black, you be killed.
You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing about the hadith, right? The hadith were compiled at the earliest 90 to 100 years after the death of the Prophet. 90 to 100 years after that, right? That's the earliest. That's the earliest compilation of hadith you're gonna find, and that's from that's Imam Malik.
With the scripture, the Bible.
Right now, when you start going into like the Bukhari's and stuff, now you're talking about 200 to 250 years.
I agree. I agree with you. You know what's so funny? I don't disagree with anything you're saying, right? But I think what happened with I guess a lot of times I'm speaking from the narrative. Remember what he was talking about? What's the narrative that is, you know, that the majority of Muslims believe, right? Where you're more advanced and I'm more advanced, so we're speaking from a, you know what I mean? A different not that we're better than anybody, don't get me wrong, but we're way down the rabbit hole. But the point
that's what I was talking about, us being better. Yeah, we're not better than nobody, but you damn sure is more mentally sharp. You better believe that. You have a better mind than most people.
Right, but the point I'm making is like I said, if it's 2-point-something billion, that means the majority of the world, the Muslim world, is following the narrative.
Oh, that's what I was finna say. There was a scripture in the New Testament that I don't buy. I don't really buy it because I'm not a New Testament person like that. But there is, based on what you said, and there's a scripture in the New Testament that says that I talked about how the devil will fool the whole world in the book of Revelations. It's like last day prophecy. They talked about how in the last day, how Satan, this Antichrist, you know, will come and deceive the whole world. He's going to have the whole world tricked.
They're not following what you and I are talking about. They're following the narrative, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. So what I'm talking about is this is the type of stuff that's the narrative that they're following. This right here, stuff like this. So thank you for coming on, bro. This was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Okay.
There's statements, right? Things that's floating around in the Islamic world, right? That says stuff like this. By Ahmed ibn Abi Sulaiman, the companion of Sanun, said, anyone who said the Prophet was black should be killed. Right?
Now, why would somebody say that? Why would somebody say he's black unless people believe that that's what he was?
Right. It could be argued because some people could say that, you know, they in Islam they attribute like black, like, you know, those who are condemned or that or blackface. You know what I mean? So I've heard that argument. I've heard that apologetic. You know what I mean? Well, that's what they mean. But nonetheless, what's
you guys? You guys are both practitioners, and I apologize because apart from interviewing Morpheus and also having you weigh in, Moreh Gamliel, I also want to try to represent what some of the people are thinking in the comment section, the audience and people watching on YouTube. So I just want to ask you guys something. Since we're talking about race and how race is injected into later texts such as the Hadith, which comes to explain the Quran, and many of those Hadith may be either in error or just blatantly wrong. My question for you guys as practitioners once in Islam is there a measurable degree of racism that exists in Islam against people of color? And if so, are those people using the Quran to validate it?
Okay, so, go ahead.
Yeah, you go first. You go first.
I don't know whether they're using the Quran to validate it.
I wouldn't say that there's racism in Islam, per se, because, like, you know, for the 30-some years that I was in Islam,
you're not Muslim.
I didn't experience any racism from other Arab, Muslims using the Quran to say something bad about black people. But is there racism among Muslims? Oh, of course. Yes, there is racism among Muslims, but not because of something that the Quran says or anything like that. It's just they're just racist, right? So I mean, I've been to I grew up with Arabs. I grew up with Pakistani, Afghan. Had a ton of Afghan friends growing up. I've been to Iran. In Iran, I was treated very well in Iran, right? I don't know. Maybe it could have been because I was an American. But as far as hearing something like somebody quote a hadith that's negative against black,
that was because you knew the language and you was at one with the culture. You know what I'm saying? You knew how to conduct yourself. You know what I'm saying? Maybe where Morpheus case, Morpheus knew the language, but his culture was Imam Isa's. I mean, you had a dress code and but you didn't eat the food that they ate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you didn't listen to the music that they listened to. I'm talking about y'all may have even made your own Middle Eastern sounding music, but it wasn't theirs. You understand what I'm saying?
Black people or a verse? No, I never. Me personally, I've never experienced that.
So let me ask this question. Let me help. Can I chime in on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. Think about this. Remember I said I'm talking about the narrative. Correct?
And by the way, Gamliel, Mr. Morpheus has traveled in Sudan and actually learned and studied there as well. My apologies.
Yeah, I did mention that. So, but I'll share my screen. So remember, I'm referring to the 90% of the Islamic world who's following a particular narrative. So let's say you have not learned an advanced person like yourself, right, in Islam. So the average Muslim is reading this when he goes to Hadith, right? The grade is Asnat Hassan, which means it's good, right? Cool. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, so what happens psychologically, watch this now, when a person who's a Muslim reads Abu Dawud reported Allah's messenger is saying God or Allah created Adam. Now pay attention. When he created him and struck his right shoulder, I know you know this, bro, but it was right shoulder, he brought forth his offspring, white, like small ants. So when he hit him on the right side, his offspring was white, right? Like small ants, right? Meaning that's how many in number, right? But when he struck his left shoulder and brought forth offspring, they were black, as though they were charcoal. So we have two offspring that supposedly came from Adam. One from the right shoulder, one from the left shoulder. The ones that came from the right shoulder are white. The ones that came from the left shoulder are black. But these are the offsprings, correct?
Which one?
Then he said to the
mentioned
party on the
first?
right side, which is the white side, to paradise. So the right side, the white ones are going to paradise. And I do not care. And he said to the party on the left shoulder, you go to hell. And I don't care.
But
so in reading this, and we say, okay, we got Adam, we got offspring on the right side, left side. Right side is white people, or the white. Excuse me.
Screen froze, but
what's on black offsprings, they designated for hell, right? So Zion.
Yes, yes.
What would you get from this if you read this? Imagine you're not advanced. You're just reading hadiths and you're reading so and so. What would you get from that?
Then he said to the one on the right side. Let me just.
I want to say this before Zion go forward. You got to understand some things about this stuff, man. That this stuff. It started out black, right? And that's a fact, but you gotta what we must understand is that the written documents wasn't that that especially in the case with the scriptures in the Bible, that the Bible didn't exist until a certain time, up until 300 years after Christ and all of this stuff. It's just that's when the Europeans became in the dominance, and then they began to release their versions of it. You know what I'm saying? But the Quran didn't exist, just like that, or the Gospels for hundreds of years after the Prophet Muhammad. They'll tell you different, but truthfully, 100 years after the Prophet Muhammad, there was no such thing as the Quran. So what I'm stating is that when the blacks was dominating Islam all throughout Africa, they didn't have a Quran as like we know it today. The Quran came much later. And by the time the Quran came on the scene, it was dominated by the Turks. The Turks had dominated the the Islamic paradigm.
Blow it up, guys, on my screen. And then he said to the one party on the right side, to paradise, and I do not care. And he said to the party on his left shoulder, to hell, and I do not care. God created Adam when he created him, and it struck his right shoulder and brought forth his offspring. While small like ants, and he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring.
No, you missed the white part, like the brought forth his offspring.
Okay, my fault. God created Adam when he created him and struck his right shoulder and brought forth his offspring white like small ants. And he struck his left shoulder and brought forth his offspring black as though they were charcoal.
So the right side, which is the white offspring, they go to paradise, correct?
That's what it says.
The left side, which is black, they go to hell.
Oh, man.
Am I right or wrong?
That's what it says. Yeah, that's what it's at least based on what we're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I'm saying, if the average Muslim, right, are reading these types of information, because there's a lot of it like this that has these innuendos or so and so that speaks down against, of the black side and the white side, and hadiths that say Muhammad's thighs was white, his underarm pitch was white, right? You know what I mean? It's just stuff like this, and he wasn't black. And then we read these other hadiths where I just showed you that says if you say Muhammad is black, you have to be killed because you can't say he was black. So I can show you others, but it's stuff like that. To answer the question, like when I travel. I did come across racism in the Muslim world. I absolutely did. And I know a lot of Muslims did. You may not have experienced that, man, right? And you know what I mean?
No. So what I said was that, because he asked a specific question, do I feel like I experienced racism in Islam? Meaning like somebody came with a verse or a hadith or something, saying something negative and saying you're inferior because the Quran says so, or because.
Oh yeah, no, not out direct like that. Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, but in terms of just Muslims, yeah, you will. You go anywhere, you're going to experience racism. But here, I wanted to show you something, because here's the thing about the hadith. A lot of the hadith is propaganda. You know that, I know that, right?
Yes, right.
Especially when you look at the history of the Umayyad Empire, the Abbasid Empire, they cut these two caliphates, used hadith to push their agendas, right? So they had people who could fabricate hadith to push their, and even the Shia also have that same thing as well, right? Where they fabricate hadith to push their agendas, right? So the thing is, ask yourself this: if the Prophet himself had family members who were black, would he say that black people go to hell? Obviously not. Like I'll read this one hadith to you, right? And it says, Ali ibn Abi Talib. This is on Sabal Ashraf chapter 2, page 868 by al-Baladari. It says, Ali ibn Abi Talib as Adam Shadid al-Udma. This is how he's described. Adam, his complexion is Adam. Shadid al-Udma, right? It says another narration in the same book states that Ali ibn Abi Talib was a lighter hue of black. This is the Prophet's cousin. This is the one who married Muhammad's daughter. Right? And he's the fourth Khalifa. He's described as being a lighter, like a brown complexion person like me. Right?
Right.
Umar ibn al-Khattab is also from Ethiopian descent. Right?
The surviving members of the Prophet Muhammad family died in Africa. And I stated this earlier. In fact, they were killed in Africa by other Muslims, by mostly the Turks and the Sunni Muslims.
Somebody posted here, and Muhammad is described as asmar, deep brown, with black. So
many of the Prophet Muhammad's family members were not Sunnis; they were Shias. In Africa, they didn't die in the Middle East; they died in Africa.
So the Arabs back then looked like the three people who are sitting here on this panel. Look like how the Arabs look. So, what would make them come up with hadith?
Sunni Islam, okay? By the Prophet Muhammad not designating a successor, that caused a problem. Just like in the nation, excuse me, I'm eating again. Y'all gotta understand, I gotta eat. This has been a 3-hour video. And it's longer since I'm recapping. Since I'm reacting. Let me go ahead and let this play and let me finish eating.
That would say that it's other than a later group came in, had power, and wanted to make themselves feel superior.
The same thing happens the same thing happens.
Sorry, Zion. That's it. And these different groups of people, what people fail to realize that Muhammad's family were mostly up under the Shiite Muslims. And most of the Islamic Africans were Shias at first. Most of that stuff that went down up under the Moorish Empire, most of them people were Shiites. And they were not Sunnis. They didn't become Sunnis till after they took down the leadership of the Shias, which were the people that were mostly all in Africa. These blacks, after losing dominance, just converted on over to Sunni Islam just like the rest.
My apologies, Moreh Gamliel. The same thing happens in the Talmud. During the period of the writings of the Talmud, the people writing the Talmud are the people of the book. They are a people of color. it doesn't come until much after these men are long gone that Europeans now pick up the Bible, pick up the Torah, and then pick up the oral tradition, and they're now in control of editing these works. They have edited it in a way that skews the original hue and color of the writers, and they have injected racism in there. I literally just went over this with a group of Israelites last night called Genesis.
Well, I knew that for Islam, right? As an Israelite, I should have known that about the Torah, but I mean about the Talmud, but I just don't study rabbinical Judaism like that. Thanks, Zion Lex, for teaching me that.
Showing them that in the actual Talmud, you can literally see where later European Jews injected racist lies into there, but the easy way to spot it is to read what the Hebrew says, because what the European Jews have injected is in the English translation. So the easiest way to know what was originally said is to see what the Hebrew says. And the Hebrew never agrees with the racist things the Europeans add in English.
Well, I have a question about that. I want to know, like one of the racist things they said about black people about the curse of Ham. I would like to know what the Hebrew had to say about that, and what the Hebrew had to say. I've read lots of racist stuff coming from rabbinical literature, not necessarily just the Talmud. I read a lot of racist stuff, even with African Jews. I've read stuff that could be taken as racist, but what I have to say is that I have to give the benefit of the doubt that I have not read these people's Hebrew originals. I've always got access to their translations, and based upon Zion Lex, the translations is where the racist dialogue persists.
We're saying the same thing, but from the vantage point of the Hadith versus the Talmud, which, by the way, they act in the same way.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that? The same people who did that are the same people who did that, and with the Bible and with the Talmud and things like that, are the same people who did it in Islam. It's Japheth.
That's
it's
right.
the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
That's right.
You know? So we see the same people.
It's the same.
I think that these three men would really enjoy some of the videos that I have put out. The Gothic remake of God, and the micro and macrocosm between God and man. I have several videos. I think you guys would just eat it up, man.
Yeah, we see the same thing happening again. We see the same thing happening again. Yeah. I saw a Hadith book, right, that I got on IslamicWeb.net that says the Hadith is the authority of the Quran. You heard me?
Say that again.
I said I could show you that they got Hadith writings, right? Or you can find it on IslamicWeb.net, right? That says the Hadith is more important than the Quran. It's over the Quran. So the point that I'm addressing.
Zion Lex may disagree with this, but in European Judaism, I don't know about Black Judaism, the Black rabbinical Judaism, but I do know that in European Judaism, the Talmud is more powerful than the Torah. I do know that. And I do know inside of Christianity, they don't have like Talmuds and Hadiths and stuff like that. But what they do have is like Sunday school books, Sunday school tracts, and all of that type of stuff. A lot of that stuff goes, it takes precedence over the Bible. Your Sunday school lesson book, what you learn in Sunday school from your Sunday school lesson book is more important than what you're going to learn from that preacher.
Is the stuff that's floating around that the average Muslim are looking at and reading. Not what you just brought up was good, but they're not that deep they're not that deep down the rabbit hole to be able to uncover these things that you.
The reason why your Sunday school stuff is going to be more important is because is more universal and it can spread out to a whole bunch of people, and that ain't gonna listen to your pastor.
Found, you know what I mean? They're not educated. They like I said, they just practitioners. They just want the basic. I make my 5 salats a day. I fast in Ramadan. They just the basic. Now, where you at?
Well, what's crazy is that if you go to Iran, right, they actually have, they have the whole 12 imams, right?
Right.
And these are descendants of Prophet Muhammad, right? And they'll have pictures. They'll have, pictures of them, like how they, they draw how they want them to look, and they all, of course, they make them all look Persian.
Wow.
Right. So you'll see a picture of Imam Riza, who's the 9th Imam, who's buried in Iran, in Mashhad, and they have him looking like a Persian, as when they draw him, when they do the artwork.
Great.
But then you'll read in the hadith how he looked, and he was jet black.
Yeah, but then you got the other side.
Just like you'll read several places where the Israelites were black and the prophets talk about black, or were described as black, but today they white.
God says, don't you dare say he was African or black. We'll kill you for that.
His mother was African. Like you see what I'm saying? His mother was African.
The white Jews would kill you for saying that the Jews were black. Well, Moses was black.
Right. So
and the crazy part about it is Moses had an Ethiopian wife, and but yet and still you get mad because I said that he was black, and his children certainly was.
That's the thing. These people have just the same way as you see that they did with the Talmud and the Torah, that they changed the images of the people who are the original people of the book. They did the same thing. Those same people did the same thing in Islam. And, like you said, most people, they don't read, they don't really go too deep into things. They just accept what they're told. And so, now you have, the situation that you have now, where you have a large chunk of the people of Saudi Arabia are actually Turks. They're not the original Arabs.
That's right.
The original Arabs got pushed out.
Did I tell y'all that?
If there's a region in the world today, and I'm saying this from the sense of not being in the know, but I'm just curious. If there's a region in the world today that's regarded as being the scholastic foundation of Quranic learning, where is that? For instance, the scholastic foundation of biblical learning, people would say, is the land of Israel. People would be more specific. Some would say Jerusalem. Some would refer to a region called Safed. My question for you guys is on the same line. If there's a region in the world that can be considered the scholastic foundation of Quranic learning, what region is that, and what are the implications of that?
And Timbuktu.
Yeah,
that was the foundation.
My position
going back
is none. And let me tell you why I say
that. Morpheus say none. Why would you say none? I would say the foundation. Not that when you talk about the foundation, you talk about, I don't know, when you talk about the base of something, the bottom of something, where something started at. I would say that originally it was in somewhere in Africa or Baghdad, Cordoba, El Andalus, or maybe somewhere in the Songhai Empire, because all of them were Muslims. Maybe even the Kingdom of Mali, they were Muslim too. Ghana was Muslim, so all of those places in Africa, I'll have to say either Africa or Baghdad. That would be my answer. But I want to hear what Murphy said. No.
Let me qualify that, right? The reason why I said it in my position, I take none, because I don't trust them.
Okay.
Right?
So
after reading so many
lines as the foundation, as the base for today. Okay, I could dig that.
by different tafsirs, different tafsir, al-Qurtubi, al-Jalalain, and so, you know what I mean? And all these translations that are clearly straight out lying. And I'm going, that doesn't say that. I don't trust them. You know what I mean? So I take the position that I just study on my own. You know what I mean? I study on my own, and I look this stuff and I draw my own conclusion. But looking at it as an authority, I don't trust them, bro. I don't trust them. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll say
what I would say is,
I'll say this before the brother go. When I was working with the Arabs, right, I took them copies of Arabic writings from Africa, like Tariq el-Fatoush and stuff like that, and I asked them, could they read this? Could they understood it? They understood what the words meant, but outside of that, they couldn't tell you nothing about it. They don't know nothing about that stuff, and that's African Islamic history. And these people, it's because they don't know it, and they really, really, really don't respect it.
I don't agree with what is being taught. I would say that as far as where is the place, I would say that people go to get like the scholastic learning. It kind of depends, but for example, it depends on if they are Sunni or Shia for one. If they're Shia, they're gonna go to Iran or they're gonna go to Iraq, right?
Right.
If they're Sunni, it depends on if they are Salafi. If they're Salafi, they're gonna go to Saudi Arabia.
Right.
But if they follow like Shafi'i, they probably go. It used to be that they would go to Syria, or they would go to Yemen, or they'll go to even Egypt, right, for a Shafi'i. If they're Maliki, then they're definitely gonna go to North Africa, like Mauritania, Morocco, places like that. So it really just depends on which Muslims we're talking about.
So based upon what you're saying is that Baghdad, which was huge in the Islamic world, I guess they don't have that type of power or influence anymore, huh?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Actually, no, man. You got a good brother here, bro.
He's a beast, man. I've been trying to set up an interview, and we are going to set up an interview, a podcast interview, one-on-one with him. He can go in the Bible. He can obviously go in the Quran. He's a very, very special and gifted brother, man. I love him dearly.
Yeah, he's
very,
good.
very good brother.
So, but what's crazy is, right? What's crazy is this right here, right? Well, a lot of times I address things from a position is like, what is the accepted or the majority of the people, or what are they, being exposed to? Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to shape and mold you follow these people's minds and mentalities. What are they reading? What do they have access to? Because out of that number, you're supposed to say on less than 0.003% of 2 billion people really know, what you're talking about, what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Out of 2 billion, only 0.3%.
Yeah.
Right. So at that point, it's almost like we don't really matter. You know what I mean? Or we're such a small degree, but the majority.
Yeah, with all that truth that you got, you just the one drop in the ocean, bro. You one raindrop in the whole ocean.
That's following the like you said, the narrative. Those are the ones that we're going to be concerned with. Those people.
That's true.
That's the scary part. You feel me? That's the scary part.
And it gives validity and a whole new meaning to movies like The Matrix. We would be considered people outside of the Matrix, while the majority of the world is trapped and locked in that Matrix. And because we are outside of the Matrix, we're not going to have a good time out there unless you know how to assimilate yourself almost like the crypto Jews did in Spain.
Because you know, what I mean, those are the radicals, right? Those are the radicals. Watch this real quick, right? You see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Oh, you do? Hold on, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Watch this real quick, right? Watch this. Yeah. Look at this. So because today we got everybody can get on on the computer, do their own research, they can read, blah, 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 right?
Just want to remind you of time, Morpheus. We kind of over, and that's okay because I'm really enjoying the conversation. But we have about 13 minutes, not 13, we have 23 minutes left.
Just real quick. I'm going to wrap this up. Got you. Cool. Watch this. So you see this right here?
Yes.
On Islam Web, right, where a lot of Muslims will go to look up stuff, clarifies that the Quran is the supreme primary stuff of Islam, right? Watch this though. The Hadith, the Sunnah, holds a critical role that can be described of having authority over the Quran in specific functions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
you know who started that? Imam Shafi was the one who was the first one to put hadith in the Quran on equal footing. Prior to that,
but now they're not even on equal footing. They're saying the hadith is authority over the Quran.
Yes, that's true. Because there were times where I would tell somebody something like from the Quran, and they'd be like, "Yeah, but this hadith says this."
You see what I'm saying? Exactly. Yeah. So you see, it's like what I'm talking about. I'm like, yo, do y'all really realize what's going on here right now? You know what I mean? So the world, or the majority of the Muslim world, rather, are under this. They're under this. But watch this now. In this right here, I'm close off with this one, brother Zion Lex. This is the mentality. This right here is the mentality. You see my screen?
Yes, yes.
This is the mentality. This is the mentality of these people. I want you to hear this.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they refuse, then tell them Allah obliged upon you to pay taxation. In return, when enemy comes and attack your country, you don't fight. We Muslims protect you. Subhanallah, for this little money? Yes. And you enjoy sitting in your homes and in your country and live your life normally. But the ruling is for Sharia. So you do not open nightclubs, you do not fornicate. If they refuse, then we have to fight. If we fight you, then we capture you, you become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take because you refuse. I give you two good options in the coming 40, 50 years when the Muslims become strong, as they're supposed to be. When Muslims go.
So, you see this mentality?
Mm-hmm. And that contradicts.
Oh yeah, I wish that I was on a show. You know what I'm saying? Because it goes back to what I was telling y'all earlier, man. A lot of this stuff just has been. A lot of the stuff just ain't the same because there was too many different paradigm shifts due to too much conquering and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That these people were doing.
Let ikrah fi din, right? Yeah. There's no compulsion in religion. It contradicts lakum dinakum waliya din, to you be your religion and to me be mine, right?
I mean, these people, the same people that killed the Prophet's own family.
It contradicts that, right? These are things that came way later, right?
Yeah, but what happens is, I'm showing you the mentality, right?
No, you're spot on. You're right. No, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Yeah,
I just wanted to show you.
Because I'm going, wow, because you're right. Because in one breath it says this, but the people, the Arabs, those people, their mentality is, yo, we're going to enslave you. We're going to enslave you. The next 50 years, our agenda is to enslave. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the word? Aslam Taslim. Get down or lay down.
Yeah, that's
am I right? Yeah, man. But yo, bro, it's good. Yo, we gotta talk more, bro. I like building with you, bro. Yeah, we gotta
it's good, man. Maybe Zion can shoot you my email. I think you have my email, right, Zion? You can slide it over to him, and we can correspond.
Absolutely.
My apologies. My mic was muted. I can definitely do that. I'll definitely connect you guys.
Thank you, man.
I would actually love you guys to join on together on a future show. Morpheus, we have to have you come back on because, some of your time was taken up by just having guests join in. It turned out to be an amazing and incredible show, but I want to make sure you get a full show as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to have you back. I want to say thank you, Mr. Morpheus, for the show, the lecture, the presentation, the conversation. I want to also say thank you, good brother Moreh Yasha. You never disappoint. You never fail, brother. Your work speaks for itself. This is what we do, man. I mean, I want to be clear to people. Zionlex TV is certainly a Israelite-based platform, but I'm about community, and I'm about awareness, and I'm about truth, and I'm about seeing how people get to the next stage. What I intend to do is bring together all of the great minds in our community, no matter what their way of life is, no matter what their walk in life is, no matter where their journey is, but just build and have a think tank. We want to listen to learn, not listen to smash, not listen to disagree, but first listen to learn. In building in that way, we always going to have differences, but each conversation gets us closer to understanding the views of one another greater. That's what this should be. That's what the conscious community should consist of. It shouldn't be Ringling Brothers and Barney Bailey Circus. It shouldn't be a circus show, right? I'm an Israelite. You guys have come from Islam, right? Look how we're able to have an amazing dialogue and conversation, and nobody's stupid because I don't follow that or that's dumb. When nobody's doing that, that's not intellectual. Like when you actually have a brain, and better yet, you actually start to use it, that's not your modus operandi, that when you encounter something that you disagree with, that now you need to be negative. That's the mark of lower intelligence. That's not the mark of high intelligence. So I'm trying to take my platform and bring on some of the greatest minds in the community and engage in conversations that can create genuine impact and move the community in the next direction.
That's right. You're right. I appreciate that. Oh, hold up. And before you go, can I share something with you that's going to make you laugh?
Yes.
Share my screen real quick.
Okay. Yo, I see you.
Morpheus in the force MD.
Yo, small, brother. And look at Mark. I see Mark.
Yeah. Watch this. Is that how to watch this? I said he gonna get a kick out of this one. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Wait. I said he gonna get a kick out of this one. Okay, so watch this, bro. Where we at? Watch this. You saw that one. I'm gonna take you back, give you a little bit of history you can laugh at. All right, watch this. You're gonna be, I got some memories right here. Here we go. You see this one? Remember this poster?
Oh my, yo. Wow, that is you. Yo. All right, good brother. All right. Yeah, listen, man, if anybody here that was born in the 70s, maybe even some of y'all the early 80s and certainly the 60s, ain't no way in hell you telling me you don't know who Force MDs is. Tender Love. Love is a House. You got the key. Don't get me started. Yeah, man. Mercury had a really younger brother that lived on the island. We call him Dancing Mo.
Yeah, Mo, my man. Yeah, Mo's my dude.
Brother La, Brother La that be on Sonetta show, right?
Yeah, they had another group that they tried to throw out. You know what I'm saying? When you have groups like that that's really making an impact. A lot of times the group will throw the industry will throw out what they call these. It's a word for them. They call them today. People that's in the industry that's really not that good. They kind of like a knockoff. Like they really not that. They really was. You had the full force. They came out with the full force. And they were kind of like a knockoff for the Force MDs. And they were trying. And it's really like really like the industry put them out there to kind of like take the shine off of these brothers. You know what I'm saying? Full Force and all that crazy stuff. But yeah, they were the originators of that style and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
I know brother-in-law for almost 40 years.
We all from the same hood on the island, Staten Island.
That's right.
I know brother-in-law way back. I'm talking about in the 90s. He
Well,
knows my older brother.
Okay.
So yeah, we all from.
Well, you all, I wanted to do a recap. It's almost over, but I really don't have the time to sit here and do the rest of this. I'm sure that from what I saw, that all of the intellectual part is over with. They're going to do a bunch of fraternize and the socialize, and I hope I'm not using the wrong words, but yeah, they're doing brotherly stuff and this and that, and I have to really go out some business to take care of. I have spent a long time over here, so I'm going to back on out of here. I like to say thank you, Zion Lex. Zion Lex, thank you, man, for allowing me, man, to do a reaction to this. I like to say thank you, Morpheus, man, for just allowing the Most High to use you as a spirit, as a soul, as a body, as a human, you know, to call this show. I thank you for what's the brother Gamaliel? I thank him. I've never met him. That was the first time hearing him, and he was really good. That being stated, man, I'm out of here. Good show. It took us about an hour plus to react, but it was a good show.